In the hollow where the shadows fall, we gather round, we hear the call. Liquid fire from the mountain's head burns like truth, but it tastes like sand. Oh, it sure feels right at the end of the day. Drink it up, let the story stay. The creek laughs low, the fire cracks loud. We lose ourselves in a moonlit crowd. So thick it hums and sings, a slow dance wrapped in unseen strings, clear as glass, but it bites like a snake, sharp and cold, every breath we take. Oh, the stars know our sins tonight. Let that burn till the world spins right. The creek laughs low, the fire cracks loud. We lose ourselves in a moonlit crowd.
Well, hello.
Good
Top
morning.
of the morning. Good morning, Miss Brandy. Sorry.
Good morning.
Brandy. I forget you're on the other side of the world to me.
Yeah, it's morning here. Well, kind of. It's almost 1. So.
Yeah. What at 12:40? Yeah.
Yep. 12:40. Yep.
Well, apologies for tardiness. We've been in discussions between,
So that's where we stay.
Yeah. Chaos constantly. So
exactly.
Yes, it's been a couple of days. So, and it's only because the lead up, like this time tomorrow, we will be already started in Sabrina v. Asshole Fields trial in London, Kentucky. Our investigative journalist is on the ground as we speak, waiting to be there in court to give us some real-time updates. And Miss Sabrina will be making her way there. Now, well, have a little bit. Where do I start? All right. So if you've just joined us, and you're not sure what we're talking about, we are actually following the Sabrina Adkins and Ben Fields civil trial at federal court in London, Kentucky. This has been going on since 2022. Is that right, Brandy? Sure.
Yeah.
The first. Yeah.
I think it was 21 maybe when it happened, but 22 when everything became.
So the first thing they did was the criminal trial, which settled 23 or 24. 24, I think. Oh, Lee, for goodness.
Got a ton of questions about that.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm having conversations and trying to coordinate stuff over there from here. I'm playing the in-betweener. So I apologise if my phone keeps dinging, but it's important. So yes, that went to trial. So Sabrina was inmate at Letcher County Jail who was approved for the ankle monitor home. What's it called? Home
Incarceration.
That's it. Yes, that program. Okay, and it's been a day. Benfield was managing or running that particular program, as well as being the bailiff at Letcher County for Judge Mullins, wasn't it?
Yes.
Mickey left. Yes.
So Mickey. Yes, Mickey was the bailiff for Kevin. Yes, Ben.
And he was doing Ben's job, and then when he got promoted to sheriff, Ben took his
Ben came in. Yeah.
positions. But the issue is he was employed by Kentucky KPS, is it?
It's a home incarceration, Kentucky.
Yeah, by Kentucky KPCS, I think it's called.
I think so.
ASP, I don't know. Oh, hang on, it's here. I think Kentucky.
I know Patty Stockholm is the owner or the.
Isn't she the administrator?
Yes.
She does.
I think she's also the owner. It was a company. There's actually an article floating about her, about how she,
really
founded it. Yeah, and got it off the. Yeah.
So she works for the monitoring company.
She owns it, or yes.
Okay, because I've been looking up at that. There's a few issues that I've got with that.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Curtis. Lovely to see you. And of course, sorry, my darling mod extraordinaire.
Yes, my Teresa.
My sister from another mister. Welcome, and thank you again, my lovely, for being here. So, yes, so Ben was running the program of that with regards to who was on home incarceration and all the bits and bobs that go along with running that. And because he was working as a bailiff during the day, the ankle monitoring stuff had to be done after 4 o'clock, so after hours, which is when
he was also employed by the sheriff's department as a deputy. Yeah,
he was double dipping.
I think triple if you think about it.
And so the ankle monitoring company charge a flat fee for the rental of the monitor, but the Letcher County Jail can charge at its own discretion.
Yep.
Because I didn't understand how he could get away with actually having to rent these devices and then not be paying for it.
Right. I had questions about that too. I didn't really understand how it worked, because I remember when my youngin was on that, everybody had a different price.
Yes.
Nobody had the same price of what they paid a week.
So I think what's happened is that because he was in his deposition, he admits that he was taking a lot of cash as well, cash payments. I think he's been charging certain individuals a higher rate to cover the shortfall of the ones that didn't have the monitors on.
Right.
But I say this with tongue in cheek because did you know there's alternatives?
No, I did not.
No.
We're not told about those.
No, you're not. Nope. Nope. Let's just.
I love when you dig in on stuff, because it.
Oh man, yes, I'm all in when I dig in. I'm all in.
Yep.
All right, let's have a look at this little document, shall we? This little treasure. See, I don't just listen. I as soon as something pricks my ears, I'm like.
Well, the more that you talk to everybody had different terms, different conditions, different rules, different. There's nothing that is set except for this, and we don't know nothing about it. So
that's because that's the way it's set up, and Ben has a ton of authority. Like he is what says this goes, and I've got to remind me to show you at the end of this. Remind me to show you a text message between him and Patty that proves that.
Yep. Okay.
All right. So I asked I've got a legal database, and I put in the Letcher County and Kentucky legislation and asked it what was available to assist, indigent citizens on paying for ankle monitors and stuff. So the statute itself governs the pre-trial home incarceration with the GPS monitoring. It contains a critical condition. It says if the court determines that the defendant is indigent and the person, indigent is, but unable to provide it, unable to pay for it, basically, and the person, county, or other legislation has not agreed to pay the costs for the monitoring device, the court shall not order the defendant to use a monitoring device. But, translation, if you can't pay and no one volunteers to pay for you, the court simply can't order the monitoring device. And this means that that indigent person either stays in jail or must find a person or county or organisation that is willing to pay. But this provision does not identify who pays when the person cannot. The actual statute states that no person subject to electronic monitoring who is indigent and unable to pay the cost of electronic monitoring service shall be denied home incarceration on that basis alone. So it's sort of a catch-22. They've covered each base, like, no, we're not going to help you, but you can't. It's discriminatory if we don't allow you to. Like,
but they never told anybody that, it was begging. They were begging to get out of that jail, so.
Well, it answered the question of the overcrowding and the people on lesser charges it's a good idea, but if it's done properly. Unfortunately, Letcher County,
did not do it properly.
That's crazy. Yeah, too much power. So apparently, in 2014, a Yale Law Journal essay on the pretrial detention noted explicitly that Kentucky has no funding to provide electronic monitoring services to defendants. But in 2025, the Kentucky Police Institute reported this hidden web of criminal legal system fines and fees. Really?
Yeah.
Incarceration requires people to cover the cost of hooking the device up and daily fees to maintain the monitoring. Kentucky is one of at least a dozen states that utilize private probation companies.
Oh, wow.
For electronic monitoring with little oversight or regulation.
Yep.
These not-for-profit entities charge a wide range of fees and much higher amounts than state-supervised programs. What, you mean there's another way that they could have got it at less price? That's shame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, from 2007 to 2020, Kentucky counties collected at least $8.2 million in revenue.
Wow.
Cha-ching.
Wow.
And then, wait for the kicker, Kentucky statutes allow fines and fees to be waived for indigent persons.
What?
Yep. But
I didn't even know. I had no idea.
Yep. So apparently this thing has a sliding scale with regards to your level of indigency, basically.
Right.
So it's not a science or a mandatory standard or anything like that. It's just a guideline for them, but they are encouraged to use discretion. So if your judge's fault is corrupt, you're fucked. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
and no, none of this.
Yeah. So there are people that could potentially help with this, all right? There's quite a few of them. So you've got the county itself. They can agree to pay the monitoring costs.
Yeah.
Some counties absorb these costs as part of their jail budget because its home incarceration is far cheaper than physical incarceration at $47 a day. However, this is entirely discretionary and varies by the county. Letcher County, a small rural Appalachian county, apparently did not fund monitoring for indigent dependents. Yeah.
Well, you would think maybe some of the opioid crisis money that comes flooding in, that maybe they might have made a program or something.
Straight in the coffers.
Yeah.
Now, there's also something called the Bail Project, which is in Louisville, and whilst it does basically pay bail for low-income defendants, this is probably a good resource to know as well. And primarily focused on cash bail, they have advocated against electronic monitoring fees. So whilst they don't appear to directly pay for ankle monitoring, but they are supportive of abolishing the fees. So they might be a good contact if you're considering it. There's also the Louisville Community Bail Fund, and that bails out individuals and provides post-release relief support. Again, it's not focused on the ankle monitoring fees.
There's no post-release support at all. They set you outside the door with half of your belongings, and good luck. Yeah. Be back for court. That's what I was explaining yesterday. We was talking about, my generation, we was taught political science and, the branches of government. And, that's been a lot of the problem with a lot of the ladies was we don't know who to contact or who to file papers or what to file or even how to file it. There's such a lack of education. That's why I was so excited about you, starting to educate and get it out there that, these things exist. It's
that's my plan. That's my plan.
Yep.
Because not, as I said, knowledge is power.
And it's such a wonderful thing because, like I said, I feel like this has really put a brick wall up for a lot of us because who do we go? Where do we go? Who do we talk to? What?
Yep. That's exactly why this Discord server is going to be ideal.
Most people
have a chance for 24 hours to do it. I've got the tiniest little bit left to do.
If you notice, most of that generation, most of those kids didn't go past 9th grade. That was as far as they got. So most of the kids are, they're not kids now; they're grown adults, but they are, the train jumped the track, Jody. I went blank.
Yeah, I get you.
They're not. Most of them was pulled out of school, is what I'm saying, around 9th grade. So there wasn't a lot of political science and studies and things that they got to do because they was just surviving from 9th grade,
Yes. You mind your tongue with it. Jody goes in deep. Hello and welcome, Real Trump said. Thank you for joining us. Hello, Miss Simi. Good to see you too, darling. And what have we got here? Home arrest was meant to be a good thing. The problem is the humans that were right. Correct, yes.
Yes, very much so. Like I said, all these aftercare programs and all these after you're incarcerated, all these things, they're non-existent. Or they may be existent, but the public don't know about them,
Yeah, no, they don't. And that's why this resource hub is fucking really important. That not only is it somewhere that you can go for information, but the only people in there are your people. No one else. No judgment, no fucking bullshit. And it's a safe space. So they can, you can put in, everyone can contribute to it. Like if you've been somewhere and said, I saw this attorney, he was fantastic in this, put his details. It's an evolving resource for everyone.
Right. It's for all of us, like it tips, just little things like, me and Ty learned that, how they make it easy now. And so you can submit stuff like online. And we found out that if you don't do certified mail, about 90% of the time, they just say they didn't get it,
Yeah.
So you're working on a system that, you got a lot of people, a lot of families that don't have transportation. They don't have ways to go. So the only way they can file it is online. And to find out that most of those just get brushed off is, heartbreaking.
Wonder why my comments don't show up on the panel screen. What do you mean? Yes, I do. Oh, okay. You must be. Did you join through Appalachian Dreamer? Because Appalachian Dreamer comments are seen on that channel. I can see all of them because I'm streaming to both. If that makes sense. And Missy, look at you go. Far out, Brussels sprout. 16 months. Wow. Thank you very much. You're very, very, very much appreciated. And if you haven't noticed, I have actually amended the memberships and reduced it just down to one single thing, which I think it's capped at $3.99 US per month. And that basically gives you a whole heap of extra content and extra perks and stuff, which you could look up on the channel if you wanted to have a look. And it's a great way to help support keeping this going and getting them, the messages out there. So feel free to have a squeezy at that. And I promise. Oh dear. No, I won't say because you're just you have to be a member to go and check out what's in there. Oh dear. All right. It's not all true crime, let's just put it that way.
We got to have fun sometimes.
It's more where I share some private stuff as well, like videos of my cats and my garden and all sorts of shit. So, yeah. All right. So there's also the Kentucky Department of Public Advocacy. They provide legal representation to indigent defendants. I wonder if that Sabrina was told about this. This would probably be a good one to check out, Brandy, I reckon, to see what.
See, that's the thing, everybody's, talking about how they can't find an attorney.
Yeah.
Like I said, a lot of this stuff we know nothing about. It's,
Yep. So apparently these people can advocate for fee waivers before the court under the indigency provisions. They don't directly pay the fees, but they can argue that the court should not impose monitoring costs to an indigent person. And then there's the Appalachian Citizens Law Centre. Have you heard of that?
Yes, I have.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, but
they're in Whitesburg.
Yeah.
Are they not good?
No, they're not very helpful. They'll send you to Hazard or, and then they put you on a list. What it is, there's so very few attorneys.
Yeah.
They put you on this list to even get you one. So, your trial may come and go while you're on a list waiting to get an attorney.
Yep. Did you know about the Kentucky Legal Aid?
No.
Free civilian legal services to low-income Kentuckians?
Nope, did not know.
And there's also a Kentucky Equal Justice Center, which is a statewide policy advocacy organisation that's worked on fines and fees reform. They advocate for systemic change rather than providing direct financial assistance to individuals. Why this matters in Sabrina's case, all right? It's really significant for litigation because, one, it proves that the coercion was structural and not just personal.
Yep.
Sabrina faced a systemic choice: pay the fee she couldn't afford or return to jail. Fields exploited a gap in the system and not just a personal vulnerability.
Yep.
Second, it strengthens the Monell institutional liability claim. The Sheriff's Office and EKCS, which is the monitoring company, operated a user pays monitoring system with no safety net for indigent defendants, creating the exact conditions for exploitation.
Yep.
It raises the potential equal protection argument. The Supreme Court held that incarcerating a person solely because they can't afford to pay fines violates an equal protection clause. The same principle arguably applies to denying home incarceration or creating conditions ripe for exploitation because a person can't pay the fees. And four, it supports the policy reform argument. The Kentucky Policy Institute has recommended that there is you establishing a uniform ability to pay determination required before imposing the fees, eliminating jail time for unpaid court debt, and greater oversight of providing monitoring companies like EKCS. Right. So, where is it? Authorisation for home incarceration in the form of pretrial release. Court ordered petition. Yeah, there was a point at the end. A court order. All right, I'll read this one all. I think it's about the costs. Global, yeah. Okay. Except as provided in this section, home incarceration may be ordered as a form of pretrial release, subject to conditions. No defendant charged with an offence under this chapter may be released on home incarceration unless the court makes a finding the defendant would not pose a threat to society. A court ordering home incarceration as a form of pretrial release pursuant to this section may order the defendant to participate in a global positioning monitoring system program during all or part of the time of pretrial release through the use of a county-operated program, and not a program operated by the Department of Corrections. A court ordering global positioning monitoring systems program participation, say that twice, 5 times, for a defendant pursuant to this section shall A, require the defendant to pay all or part of monitoring costs based on that sliding scale, provide the monitoring system with a written or electronic copy of the conditions of release, and provide the monitoring system with a contact at the office of the circuit court, basically to report the violations. But in saying that, Paddy had no idea what any of the conditions were on the monitoring systems unless he told her.
And probably what he told her and what was actually going on were two completely different.
Yes.
Two different actions. But you would think there would be some kind of accountability, like with the judge. Say the judge that said, yes, you can have home incarceration. You would hope that there would be some kind of,
communication to her. I don't think it went through her. I think it went through Ben, the way I read it.
Yeah, I think, once it kind of seemed to me the way it was described to me was, it was a side job for him, but didn't they say in one deposition or one of somebody's deposition that he made like 30,000 in 1 year, or somebody made 30,000 in 1 year, and in our area that's good money,
That's one job. One.
Right. But you would think there would be some kind of, like you said, a safety net that, kept up with, is this person actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, or,
And that goes both ways for the, the person with the ankle monitor and the people running it. But
yes,
there's no set guidelines, and that was brought up in as part of the training stuff with Mickey. There was very little training, so
if any, honestly, I mean, it could have been read this book and there you go.
So the reason I brought those up was just to show you how it affects or impacts Sabrina's case, and they are relevant because the court is supposed to require the defendant to pay monitoring costs based on the sliding scale. Now, I guarantee you, she wasn't offered that. So that means the fees should be calibrated to her ability to pay, not a flat fee. And we know that he has the ability to do that.
See, that would have took the vulnerability out. That would have took the desperation out. That would have took his angle away completely.
But that also seals his fate.
True.
There are options, and he didn't provide them.
Didn't provide any of them, or even tell her about them.
There should be a pamphlet. Here, you're going on this as recommended by your
Unless he was, Jody. Unless he was, and that's something they haven't uncovered yet. Well, he could have enrolled these people in programs that they had no idea they were enrolled in. Ty has a problem where someone has, kind of stolen her identity and has been using her medical cards when she was in prison. So, we don't know. He could have been
So he could have been referring them to all sorts of stuff and claiming money.
claiming he was getting it and
Fuck,
putting
man.
it in his pocket. I mean, you never know until you do like an audit or you can check to see.
And he finds to follow the money. It's like,
Yep.
fuck. So, all right, a person, county, or other organisation may voluntarily. So this is important. The jail could have covered the costs. Yes, you heard it right.
Yep.
They could voluntarily agree to pay all or a portion of the monetary costs. This is a provision identified in earlier research. Note the word may. There is no obligation on any county or organisation to pay. It's entirely voluntary. But there is
It's
no
hard to get the jail to feed them, let alone give them anything else. So
there's no dedicated funding body and no mandatory county fund and no state program to assist these defendants. And this creates the exact systemic gap that Ben exploited.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you got to think he wasn't the first one. He's not the only one.
Yep.
And she's not the only victim.
And hopefully it's the fucking last one.
Yes. Yes. That's the whole goal.
So, the monitoring must be through a county-operated program, not the Department of Corrections. In Letcher County, this was subcontracted to Eastern Kentucky Correctional Services. Now, that particular part of the civil case has settled. We don't know the details of such, but it's that part has been settled, and they're actually trying to not let that come in.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're a private company. So a private company for profit nature, that monitoring entity adds another layer to the exploitation. So they've hired Fields to run that program, whilst he was simultaneously a sheriff's office, CSO. So it was creating a dangerous dual role that this judge actually identified as central to the institutional failure. The bottom line being, the statute creates a framework where indigent defendants are left entirely dependent on voluntary charity to access home incarceration monitoring, if they're told about it.
Right.
When no one volunteers to pay and the defendant cannot afford the fees, they face a Hobson's choice: return to jail or find another way, or to work something out, which is precisely what Ben offered Atkins.
Yep.
There you go. So there was another in my little research.
And the fact that she was incarcerated took the fact away that she had no choice. I mean,
Correct.
she legally, she had no, what would it be? Consent, I guess. She couldn't give consent.
It doesn't come into it, and I will go through it, but it doesn't come even into it at all. I've got to remember where I put that. No, it's all right, I do. Where are we? All right. Speak truth. Speak truth, girl. Exactly.
I sent you that article too on your email. The climate of fear.
Oh, shit on. I'll bring that up after this, my love. What does this say? The lack of integrity is the issue. The lack of honesty, the lack of discretion, the lack of basic human rights, the lack of dignity, the lack of, you name it, mate.
Take your pick.
Yeah. Take your fucking pick. The judges, the attorneys, the officers. Oh, yes, they are. You could have the best lawyers. Yes, you can. And
well, all the lawyers and everybody's they're all, you know what I mean? They're, they've already got figured out what's going to happen in court before you even get there.
Yep.
It's already decided,
Yep.
I don't know what all this trial stuff and this and that is. It's already worked out, in their minds what's going to happen.
So in saying that, can you imagine what it has taken for Sabrina to get to this point now that she faces tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can just imagine the years.
She got some kahunas, I'll give you that. She's taken
the years that they I'm sorry, Jody. the years that they have had all this time to, pure give her help. I mean, made sure she couldn't make money, made sure she couldn't get a job, made
yeah.
sure she couldn't have a place to live.
Wait,
It's step by step.
Yep, I've got some information on that too. So it's got me really concerned about the level of interference they have with
Yes.
Sabrina.
Yes.
Like the level of supervision, the level of access.
Yep.
I'm talking not just phone monitoring and stuff and messaging and internet emails.
Oh no,
I'm
they
talking
know.
about
Yeah,
and
they
not
know
just
everything.
her sons as well.
Yep. Oh, our children are their most valuable asset. That's the way that they manipulate every play that a mother has. I mean, that was every one of us, it started with our babies,
Yeah.
That's when the control entered, is the minute we had kids.
Yep. So apparently Sabrina is on her third bank account this week, just gone.
Oh gosh.
And her son, miraculously, his credit card's got got heaps. He's apparently been very, very busy on Amazon and Temu.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Now, how the fuck they get away with that?
Well,
beyond
I
me.
mean, to not give away too much information, but I haven't said anything, but my income has been messed with.
Really?
Oh yeah, a third of it gone.
Recently?
A couple months ago it didn't even come, and then I had to get that worked out, and then and it's always been, they don't understand. They'll be like, well, we don't understand, and I'll be like, well, I didn't even get a letter, and they'll go to look to see for the letter and see if it was sent, and it's not in there. So there's a whole, it's strategic. I mean, it's very, very strategic. If you take an income away, then okay, how are we going to eat and pay our bills?
That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to financially cripple them, so they've got no funds to fight them this week. They are shitting their pants. Shitting.
Yep. But when they get desperate, it gets hard on everybody.
And it's dangerous.
Yeah, very, very.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's realized until you're actually in it. And like Lee can contest now what we are saying, because he's actually seen it with his own eyes.
And I'm glad you brought his name up, because he arrived in London yesterday to be part of the trial and stuff, and we'd set up some interviews and stuff with him, and we'd planned to do some recordings for all of today, ready for tomorrow, telling people stories and stuff. But he's actually so concerned about Sabrina that he is being her personal chaperone, bodyguard, so to speak, for the day, to make sure she gets to the court case tomorrow. So kudos to him.
Because they are treading water right now. I mean,
yeah. She was getting offers right up until 9:30 last night, still trying to convince her.
Yeah.
Trying to bribe her, trying to shut her up. And
because this opens the door for the rest of us.
Oh, yes, it does. It creates case law.
Yeah, so, it opens the door for everybody else.
Right now, apparently I've been trying to find the documents all night, but I haven't been able to. I've actually put another person who's much more experienced on it than me to
that article that I sent you will perfectly explain why we are in danger. I mean, Jody, it says it perfectly. I mean, we read it, and it happened in 2012. The article's from 2012, but you actually hear from people, that live in the county that was trying to speak then. And I told Ty, I read it and I'm disheartened because the guy in the article, I've never heard of him. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's kind of like he was trying to.
If it's come from mainstream, there might be another narrative to it. You don't know, but
But I said, it's heartbreaking that what was happening in 2012, it was another situation. It was a murder,
And we're
but
40 years down the track and nothing's done. Nothing's
it was
changed.
it explains how our culture has made us they put this fear in us that you don't feel free in any way, even if you're perfectly legal and not doing anything wrong and abiding by the law, and you've got car insurance and you're doing everything they want you to do, you still have this, don't speak too loud, or don't say that, or you have this instinct of somebody's always going to listen or watch.
Well, yeah, she is being watched. They're watching everything that she's doing. And did I mention that someone attempted to run her off the road?
No, you
week?
hadn't mentioned that yet. That's So
sound familiar to anybody? And I spoke to another woman a couple of days ago from Pike County whose husband has been wrongfully imprisoned, and his trial case was exactly the same. Defendants, like witnesses, suddenly turning up dead.
Right.
Two of them on the same trial.
Yep. There's, like I said that day, there's a lot of coincidence. I'm not a big coincidence person anyway, but there's just way too many in this.
It's not a coincidence, it's a pattern. And as soon as you get too big a threat, I mean, that's exactly what happened to Clarence.
Yeah.
So there you go. All right, let me just quickly run into this one. I'll get back onto the comments. I've totally ignored it. So what have we got? At Legal Aid Justice Centre, try getting help from them people before signing their everything looks good on paper. I love everyone. Yeah. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
Yep. It sure is.
God, it's coming.
That's what they're trying to prevent, but it's coming.
Yes, it is. They're trying to shut her up.
There's more voices though, so
there certainly are. They're just another way of getting funds, government funds. If you're referred there, they get paid from the government to be able to do that job. So there is money transaction involved. Yeah. What else have we got? Being educated on this, don't make it work. It sounds great. Getting someone to do it. Yes. At least if you know that you've got an option, you can make an informed decision. So it's on you. If you don't know, that's not fair. Yes. 100% accountability. And now's that time. It fucking is.
Yeah.
There's not, like, you couldn't ask for a bigger or better opportunity.
And I have to say, at any time she could have took as bad as they have starved her out. That's what we call it back home. They'll starve you out.
Mm-hmm.
She could have took it and been done with it, but she's trying. She's trying so hard to help.
She's lost codependents.
Yep.
5 years. So,
and they were friends. It or they became, it hurts her, because she talks about Jen a lot.
Oh, I bet she does. And just on Jen, if anyone listening can get hold of Chris Triplett, can they reach out to myself or Brandy, please? We'd really like to chat with him. I think he's got stuff that could help explain what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck at all. They don't. She,
but he has also been harassed. I think
yeah,
there's even, documentation that he was pulled over 5 times or something like that in one day, or it was a ridiculous amount, but they kept pulling him over, and he even got pulled over by someone in plain clothes,
yeah.
So
Absolutely, Real Trump said. Absolutely, we've worked it out at least 60 years, at least, ever since the coal industry dried up, basically, and they had to replace their income, and they chose humans to do it.
Yep.
That's all it's done. So yeah, absolutely.
The coal went down, and the prison business boomed. Rehab and prison.
Yeah. If you're in the area, Real Trump said, we are trying to get as many people down to London, Kentucky at the courthouse to support Sabrina. Where is my little jiggy jiggly? Because it's a show of solidarity.
I don't think they realize how bad they isolate someone when they do come out. The isolation is, it's undescribable. So you lose friends, family, so
yeah,
it's rough. It's rough.
So yeah, we're trying to campaign to get anyone that we can down there. It starts tomorrow 9 a.m. and the color purple is what will stand you out from the crowd to show that you are there in support. I don't know if you can actually get into the courthouse, but can you imagine turning up like the Benfields and the hobnobs turning up, and there is a crowd of people in purple. They're going, "Fuck you, Kentucky! Fuck you!" So please feel free to share this. I've got it actually on a post in my community section on my channel, so you can copy it from there if you like. Or you can just contact me or Brandy and I'll forward it to you. But yes, that's what's happening. Jody, where are you from? What's your interest in this particular situation? All right. I am actually in Melbourne, Australia. And my bestie is in Kentucky. My overseas bestie is in Kentucky, in Lawrence County. And she told me about the case with Judge Mullins and Mick Steins. And then I watched the video of the whole thing. And then I watched an interview with Brian Enton and Tyre. And I don't know what it was, but something with that interview just resonated with me, or I don't know what it was, but I just felt this pull to contact Tyre for some reason. And it took me a while. I had to go through a few different people to actually get hold of her. And I ended up getting through to a page that was called Lexi's Place on Facebook, which they've set up. Sorry, I just got a message from Lee saying he's out buying a purple shirt right now. Good on you, Lee. Oh dear. Sorry.
Where'd you say was that? Where?
He didn't say where, but he just said he's actually buying his shirt right now.
Oh, okay.
That's our journo on the ground. So yes, I eventually got onto Lexi's Place, then emailed Lexi's Place, and Tyre got back to me, and then we just started chatting, and the chatting hasn't stopped.
We haven't stopped. And our time schedules are so different. So either we're up all night or Jody's up all night, or but we just talk.
It actually came at a good time, sort of, because I was on the tail end of the Karen Reid trial, which I was streaming live. So that meant my stream started at midnight my time and ended pretty much like 8 a.m. So my body clock is US. Like 5:30 in the morning here now, and I'm ready for dinner.
Yep.
So yeah, once listening to them and yeah, just there was no way I couldn't not say anything. Nothing. It wasn't even a choice. It was just it is. And I said to someone asked me that yesterday. I said it's the right thing to do. I'm like, no, it's not the right thing to do. It's they are fucking human. You know, they deserve to be represented. They deserve to be heard. They are human fucking beings. And it's not, despite the fact that it's the right thing to do. Like, yeah. So that's why. And now they're family, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Righto. Where is that the article you emailed me? Yeah, let me have a squizzy. Brandy. Ooh. There we go. Media Awareness Project. Is that the one, Madalyn?
The title of it's from the Lexington Herald, and it says "Climate of Fear." The articles. I can't see it. You'll have to.
I'll make it bigger. I'll embiggen if I can.
Bigging that thing up.
I'll make it big. As big as I can get.
You're getting good. You're getting better. We're working on the accent.
I can't even. I'm so IT illiterate. It's bad. Oh, I'm on the wrong page.
Oh no.
I'm trying to something that's not even what I'm looking at, for fuck's sake. Okay, let's get the real one up there.
And this was an article done after Jack Blair's death in Letcher County. His case was I'd have to get the dates on it, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was in the early 2000s. And literally, they teach a class, someone said at EKU, that it's what not to do in an investigation. What not to do. It's horrible. And they still haven't solved the murder. So, but this will explain why they haven't solved the murder and why everybody is the way we are.
And this is the issue that we're actually having right there. So Real Trump said, lots of my friends have been incarcerated, and much more for showing support by showing up. I'll pass. And that's well and good. You're perfectly within your rights to do that.
Yeah.
But as I was saying before, now is the perfect, because they are shitting themselves. They are at the point that they're about to be exposed. And
I think another thing too that needs to be explained is what people don't understand is when we say, we're not saying that criminals shouldn't, if you commit a crime, there should be a punishment. I do believe that. I have always believed that. But we're talking about people getting years for traffic violations, or getting years for a check charge, or years for getting, things that should have been, probably no years, but, So a lot of the crimes that they committed were not, violent crimes or anything.
But because it's been allowed to go on for so long, they've finally tuned it so that you have no other options. You are, once you're in the system, and you have a dollar sign on top of your head. And in my opinion, like, I don't think you ever got to get an opportunity like you have now,
right,
to try and instigate some change. Because I guarantee you, once Sabrina's trial is over, and then Mickey's trial, once Mickey's trial hits,
a lot of it has to come out. It has to come out.
It's a national, international case, so it's going to garner a shit ton of attention, and where there's attention, there's accountability. Yeah.
Yes.
There's more people looking at it, so
okay.
It's got to start somewhere, and Sabrina's been doing it all on her own. for 5 years.
So that's why we're very supportive.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I completely respect your choices and what you want to do, my love. That's totally up to you. I'm trying to make a point of reality. What it is. It is what it is, my love. It is what it is. All right.
And this was wrote, let me say too, by the Lexington Herald Leader. So it's a major publication. It's very, so because even this article, you sit in your head and think, wow, honestly, because they go into other crimes that have been committed in the county that nobody knows.
All righty. So, Eastern Kentucky's drug culture is so persuasive that some foes cower in silence. Whitesburg, Jackie Blair's death set the rumour mill humming around here. His family had reported him missing in July 2000. At first, people figured he had skipped town to avoid going to prison after pleading guilty in a cocaine trafficking case. Then, in October, a hunter scouting for deer found Blair's skeletal remains in a car on the side of US 119 in Letcher County.
Pine Mountain.
Letcher County.
Yep.
The car had gone some 250 feet off the side of a mountain.
Yep.
Blair's body was bound in jumper cables that were looped several times around his left arm. Also, he didn't drive it off the cliff then.
Nope.
Arms, chest, and waist, the state medical examiner said. I think they were hoping that the car would have exploded, perhaps. So, the medical examiner's verdict was homicide by undetermined means. People quickly concluded that someone killed Blair because he had squealed to the cops about big-time drug dealers, even though police insist that Blair never told them about any drug activity except his own. He didn't tell us anything about where the drugs were coming from because he didn't know. Okay. Said Danny Webb, the Letcher County Sheriff. Webb was in charge of the Kentucky State Police's hazard post when Blair's body was discovered and oversaw the investigation. He said there was no proof whatsoever that there was a big conspiracy to kill Jackie Blair. Well, what did you expect him to say?
Yeah.
In Letcher County, though, the body of Jackie Blair is taken as a warning. Snitch on drug dealers and you risk your life.
Yep.
The classic example of how the cycle of community suspicion often hampers law enforcement and the courts in eastern Kentucky. There's such a distrust of the system, informed by both fact and fiction, that many people are willing to believe conspiracy theories. Those theories, in turn, increase the level of distrust. Beth Carrender, 4-H agent, at the Letcher County Extension Office. Do you know what that is?
What is it?
The 4-H agent.
4-H is like oh gosh, it was like a program they had that done a lot of community stuff with kids. Like I used to go and participate. You could take farm animals. It's like a county extension kind of office that they help you plant. They give you seeds and all kinds of stuff. Kind of. It's a mountain thing.
So she said that Blair's case still worries her. She recently offered that theory has it he was going to sing, so they killed him. I fear for his family. Well, we've seen that a lot too, haven't we? Well, allegedly. Maybe he was going to tell on somebody, says Albert Anderson, the Letcher County coroner. It affects the community real bad. People talking about it and wondering how that could happen in a small community. All across the region, people fear that drugs come closer every day to owning the place. They say that the very institutions, courts and the police that should fix the problem aren't working. No, because they're supplying it.
There you go.
Yeah. You comply way better when you're high. You don't buck the system. Yeah. And
you get arrested.
And then when you do the wrong thing, they arrest you because not on the drug, because you pissed them off and didn't do the right thing, wrong thing. Right, yeah, that. Didn't do
right thing for them, wrong thing for everybody else.
So, Joe Hood, a federal district judge for Eastern Kentucky. Have you heard of him?
I don't.
No, he hasn't crossed my path, but said the suspicion isn't surprising. Wow.
Yep.
I understand where they get that attitude. Every time you turn around, somebody's sheriff has been convicted for being involved in the drug trade. Residents have taken note. Starla Hampton, a member of the Hemp Hill Community Centre in Letcher County, said she was looking out her kitchen window one day and saw a drug deal in progress across the street. I told my husband I'm seeing a deal go down, and he said, "Keep your mouth shut or we'll get burned out."
Yep.
Why didn't she call the police? Hampton laughed at the question. Because, she said, you don't know who's connected to who. Sergeant Claude Little of the State Police, who spent almost a year as the lead investigator on Jackie Blair's death, is familiar with such reluctance. An informant may say, well, I don't want to give any information because I don't want to end up like Jackie. Tracy Fraser, director of the Letcher County Action Team.
That's the one I was talking about.
Letcher County
and I don't think it exists anymore.
Oh. What are they action?
Right.
And an assistant football coach at Whitesburg High School agrees. A local grandfly who shows up to argue in fiscal court sessions, Fraser splits his time between economic development such as helping people with business plans and pushing social issues such as stricter drug enforcement. Most people feel deep down that the system is set up to allow drug crime to go. Yes, it is, Fraser said. It's so ethereal. People don't know who controls the drugs. If there's an organised network, but what they do know is they don't get justice. Correct.
Yeah.
Ripped from the headlines. Conspiracy theories may be easier to believe in Eastern Kentucky because the area has had so much real-life examples of public officials gone wrong.
Here we go.
County after county, Breathitt, Lee, Morgan, Owsley, Perry, Wolf, Letcher, Pike, Leslie.
Yep.
Yeah, and it goes on. Residents have seen their police caught and their elected officials busted for cutting deals with drug dealers. They've also seen local courts struggle. Well, the only thing they're struggling with is which bank
See, they
account.
hadn't caught on to the courthaus yet. You know, they knew the rumors, but they wasn't going to spit it in this. So, but it explains a lot.
A Herald Leader analysis of court data found that the 6 worst counties in the state for prosecuting drug crimes in circuit court were all in the Eastern Kentucky.
Yep.
During 93, people in Letcher County read news accounts of their circuit judge, Larry Collins.
Yep. I've got stories I can tell you that. So
was he before? I thought it was Woods before.
That was that. Larry was our upstairs.
Okay, before Kraft.
Yeah, before there was another one before Kraft. So, but yeah, he was. There's Sam Wright before Kraft, and then Larry Collins. I think he was before Sam Wright. I don't think we had anybody else. So, but yeah, it was. This was right when I graduated high school. Okay. That tells you how long ago it was.
It's the 8th, isn't it?
He was. Right, what now?
Yours is the 8th, yeah?
Oh, my birthday? The 5th. Yeah. The 5th.
Oh, 2 days.
Yeah.
Woo! All right, so, yeah, there it goes. During 93, people in Letcher County read news accounts of their circuit judge, Larry Collins, being sentenced to 5 years for accepting a bribe of money and marijuana to protect a drug dealer. Why would he be doing that?
He had other crimes. Well, I ain't going to say. Well, we'll talk.
In 2000, they read that the police chief from the small Letcher County community of Fleming Neon, Danny Neal Yonce, pleaded guilty in U.S. District Court to a bank robbery and firearm charge. As part of Yonce's plea deal, several other charges against him were dropped, including conspiracy to rob a local pharmacy and possession of a controlled substance. Although the pharmacy charge was dropped, the court ordered Yonce to make restitution of the $2,000 to a business family drug of Neon. Across the region, people from all walks of life fear their society is being taken over by drugs. On a gravel road in Bonnyman, just north of Hazard in Perry County, Della Fletcher sat on the front porch of her mobile home last summer stringing green beans. She blamed all kinds of crime on the area's appetite for drugs. I know one thing, this is a thieving place, she said. They stole our heat pump and started to move the hot water service. Yes, they're thieving things because they don't have the money to pay for the drugs.
Yep.
Sheila Cassidy is Associate Director of Child and Adolescent Services for Kentucky River Community Care, a mental health agency that serves 8 southeastern Kentucky counties. Drug users, she said, are getting younger. It doesn't surprise you to have a kid come in and say they use marijuana on a regular basis who's 10 years old. Ha!
Yeah.
She said, describing a self-fulfilling prophecy of, I'm in this situation, so I'll continue to be in it. Matthew Gillian, pastor of First Baptist Church. That name keeps coming up a lot.
That's where everybody goes to church.
And head of McGoffin County. Fuck, you guys have some funny ass names for your county.
Yeah.
McGoffin County group that helps drug abusers said drug users and dealers tell him that when it comes to selling drugs, you can pretty much do what you want when you want to do it.
Now imagine too, this is pre-ARC. This is before ARC. This is before,
Police acknowledge they often know who the dealers are. Getting enough evidence to arrest them, however, can be difficult. Really? Come on. I know you've used your imagination and provided.
But then you have Ty going to jail for one Suboxone.
Yeah, and someone else going to jail over a bag of Epsom salts.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Wow. When frustrated community residents see people selling drugs and not going to jail, it often causes questions about the police. Sometimes their questions aren't far-fetched. In Perry County, State Police Detective Mark Lopez resigned after he was indicted in 1994 on charges of forging another officer's name on receipts. Police thought the object was to steal money meant for undercover buyers. The case was dismissed when the prosecution's witness declined to testify. State police also investigated an allegation that Lopez stole marijuana from an evidence room and had an informant sell it for him.
Yep. Well,
I'm asking if you can get it.
And this is our police now. You got to think. This is our police.
Lawrence was hired later as a detective by Perry Commonwealth Attorney John Hanson. With my knowledge that the charges were dismissed, I really did not know all of Mark's history. Me.
Yeah.
What else is there? The general consensus said is if it's so prevalent here, it must be allowed. Oh. Anytime there's a high prevalence of anything, it becomes the norm. And there lies the fucking problem. Hello? And that doesn't, I'm not talking about drugs there. I'm talking about the whole kit and caboodle.
Yeah.
You get beaten up every day, then that becomes normal.
Right.
Yeah?
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. That's why this article kind of explains.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
so this was going on a long time.
Oh, yeah. The way I was trying to explain it the other day on the stream was that you've got this huge divide. So you've got the majority landholders of the wealthy families that benefited from the boom of the coaling industry that pretty much dominate everything. So the pharmacies, your gas stations, your property, you name it, pubs. And that
and those public offices too,
Yes.
Those families held public office.
Power. So that entity has created such a gap between themselves and the regular citizens that the bit in the middle is like this fog of indifference and turn the other cheek and, that's how it's acceptance. It's how it's always been.
That's how it's been. That's my generation, honestly.
Yes. And the way I what the penny drop for me was like, you can hear people say, all right, well, it's okay that my husband beats me because I've got a roof over my head. Like that's normal. That's like
Right.
normalizing victimization. And it's,
Well, when you would call the police on, if you would get brave enough because you knew it was going to get you killed probably or almost killed, but you would call them and they would just, back then they would just come in and, tell you to, separate for the night or whatever, but
Yeah.
nothing was ever done.
and there is
So
no accountability because the police don't give a shit.
no,
Don't give a shit.
no, none at all.
They'll just refer one of you to some rehab program and make more money.
Yep.
And then, or both of you, and then send your kids to CPS.
Yeah,
Double
that's kind of how the system works,
Double bonus.
Yeah. So
And then
you
have to
didn't. Most of the time, you just didn't call them. If you survived it, you did, and you got over it and moved on.
Yep. All right. I missed a bit. About a month before Browning's murder, he was videotaped without his knowledge. Really? Surveilling a witness? Accepting stacks of cash from Dwayne Harris, a man who'd been charged twice with selling cocaine. One of Harris's trafficking cases was amended to possession, and the other was dismissed. In gathering the money, Browning told Harris that if he won the election, he planned to protect some drug dealers.
Yep.
Right. So Harris was going for some high position, and he was a dealer.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me. There has been no arrest in Browning's case. Yeah, because he supplies to the fucking police. Sorry.
Imagine that. Surveillance and have it on video, but can't arrest. Can't do anything. Okay.
Sorry, I don't mean to laugh. It's just beyond.
It's ridiculous. I mean,
I don't get it.
This article is 16 years old, and so
Browning himself was sent to prison. Oh, hang on. So the murder itself spawned theory upon theory. Browning was killed by drug dealers whom he'd been bullying for campaign money, or local politicians hired a hitman to keep him from exposing their corruption.
Yep.
I go for option B.
Yeah.
Browning himself was sent to prison in the early 1980s for conspiring to kill 2 local public officials. His family is convinced that his death was a political assassination. Maybe not just political. I feel like the higher-ups don't want anything opened up.
No.
Really? It blows my mind, said Browning's widow Jane. People say things like, they'll never solve it, it's all political. The state police detective assigned to Browning's case, Mike Cornett, did not return phone calls for his story. Really? No.
Of course not.
Another killing in last year's political season also had a chilling effect. Sam Catron, Pulaski County Sheriff, was shot in the head at fish fry.
Yep.
What the fuck is fish fry? Do I want to know?
That's where they, like a volunteer fire department or something, will catch a bunch of fish and they'll have a dinner and they call it a fish fry.
Okay. The gunman has since pleaded guilty. His attorney said drugs played a role in the killing. Police also charged one of Catron's opponents and an accused drug dealer who had served as a police informant with complicity in the murder. I think those people are aware that drugs were some part of the motive. Todd Wood, who was later elected Pulaski Sheriff, I certainly hope and pray that this will be an isolated incident. But then again, drugs are a huge problem. Wood was at the fish fry the night of Catron's murder, standing about 20 yards away. To this day, he said he remembers the faces of children. Oh, Children
Yeah,
who are there,
it's awful.
young children at a fishing fry having to witness this. Like that. The danger, said Graham Elsey, a University of Kentucky sociology professor who specialises in criminology, is that those children and many others will grow up with a skewed sense of right and wrong, you think?
Mm-hmm.
Especially in Letcher County. Really, what you've got happening is your sheriff is supposed to be your symbol, your representation of the law. When they end up dead or involved in some drug conspiracy or shooting of the judge,
Exactly.
it really challenges the whole legitimacy of the legal order. Frazier, the Letcher community activist, said he'd been on this job for about 2 weeks when he got a stern lesson on how things work. While attending the state's 1999 high school basketball playoffs in Lexington, Frazier said he was approached by someone, he wouldn't give a name, with a message from Letcher County's drug establishment. Oh, the establishment.
Mm-hmm.
People were tired of hearing Frazier preach about law enforcement needing to crack down. They told me they'd kill me or have me set up if I don't shut my mouth.
Yep.
Isn't that something that Mickey, yeah, something similar?
I'd say so. It sounds like it. Possibly.
The activist has learned what to tell people when they come to him with tips about drug deals. I bet he has. It's a liability for you and your family to go public, Fraser tells people around here feel like if you stick your neck out, it'll get cut off. And
Yep.
a lot of time it does.
Yep.
Well, that's
And that's why it's so hard, and that should explain what Sabrina has had to endure all these
absolutely.
years, and Ty and the other girls,
And this will also create case law. So it creates a precedent. So it's only going to perpetuate from here,
You can imagine, we're a small county, we're not that big, but to, our main state paper, like the Lexington Herald and the Louisville Courier, I think's the name of it, is the two main state, what you would say our paper, main, like a capital, but it's the main papers. And, you have an article coming out telling you, shut up.
Yeah.
Don't speak, or this will happen to you. And it's kind of, I don't want to use the word ironic, but it's 16 years later and it still applies.
Yeah. Yep. And it's only getting more solidified.
Worse. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Stacey Polly. That's fantastic. Let's put a finger on the like button.
Yeah.
And welcome in, my love. No, she's not done at all. Yep. He is. She's a very, very strong woman. So 4H is a county extension office, mostly for kids involving. Sweet.
Yeah, that's what I couldn't explain. My brain sometimes does a little Swiss cheese thing. I think it's in my but
mine does it all the time.
Well, they do like home economic type stuff too. Because, like I said, I used to compete when I was a kid, and I think I would do like baking cookies or just it was something canning. I think I did one on canning food one time. So it's a really good program. I don't even know if they have it anymore.
So it's the largest youth development organization in the US, focusing on hands-on experiential learning for young people aged 5 to 19.
Yep.
Thank you very much for that.
I had a friend that would take her chickens when we were kids. So they would pile us on a bus with our little projects and then take us, to state competitions and things. It was fun.
All right. So as I said, in my little deep dive I did all this afternoon, I found this little article that I thought was very interesting because this is back in
One thing I think that's important, Jody, that we probably need to explain too, is something we talked about what his actual charges were.
Yes.
What he actually got served, and then what he actually served for it.
Yes.
To kind of explain the injustice with it.
Yes. Where did I have that? Oh, I've got it up already. Yep, it's ready. It's queued up and good to go.
Good.
All right. So this matter is before the court of Movad Russell Coleman's Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. It's a motion to quash subpoena. Plaintiffs have filed a response opposing the motion, and Coleman has filed a reply in support of his motion. The matter is therefore ripe for review. The Attorney General's office previously prosecuted defendant Ben Fields in Kentucky State Court. See Commonwealth v. Fields. Fields eventually entered a guilty plea on one count of rape in the third degree, one count of sodomy in the third degree, and sodomy it refers to any other orifice other than the usual.
The hoo-hoo. The hoo-hoo.
Yes. 2 counts of tampering with prisoner monitoring device and 1 count of perjury in the second degree. So we have the laws and sentencing guidelines for that. I put it up as assault. No.
Which he's guilty of more, but
Yeah. Oh, I must have been a bit early, sorry. That's assault. I thought I had, sorry. I thought I had. This is supposed to be sex offenders, sexual assault, stalking. Oh, here we go. Okay, all right. Nearly there. Sexual, nearly there. There we go. Right. So what were those charges? It was rape in the third degree. Okay, so all right. Definition of sex offences. Deviant sexual intercourse and sexual intercourse has been amended to include the language any body part, i.e. penetration of the vagina or anus with a finger or hand. Deviant sexual intercourse means that any act of sexual gratification involving the sex organs of one person and the mouth or anus of another. Okay. Forceful compulsion means physical force or threat of physical force, expressed or implied, which places a person in fear of immediate death, physical harm to self or another person, fear of the immediate kidnap or self or another person, or fear of any offence under the chapter. Physical resistance on the part of the victim shall not be necessary to meet this definition. Okay? So they don't have to verbally say, stop. No. If there is an implied forcible compulsion and a repercussion, that's not, it doesn't preclude this. Mental illness means a diagnostic term. All right, now let's get to the sentencing. Come on. Lack of consent. I think this is going to be one of the big
factors.
Events. Yeah. This is what they're going to hone in on, because, I probably can't say that. All right, so Consent. It's been amended to include victims of the ages 16 and 17, where or not specified stated it is an element of every offence and defined in this chapter that the sexual act was committed without consent of the victim. Okay, so a lack of consent results from forcible compulsion, incapacity to consent, or if the offence charged is sexual abuse, any circumstances in addition to forcible compulsion or incapacity to consent in which the victim does not expressly or impliedly acquiesce in the actor's conduct. A person is deemed incapable of consent when he or she is A, less than 16, B, 16 or 17 years old, and the actor is at least 10 years older than the victim.
I didn't know that one.
Yes. So
Well.
that right there. You know, how many people do you know that have been 13,
The big
14,
age gap.
15,
Yeah.
married off to a 20, 30-year-old?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very common. It's common.
And I don't think there is any statute of limitations. I wouldn't to that, yeah. Defences to prosecution based on the victim's lack of consent. Oh, hang on. I have to get that one. Sorry. Talk away, Brandy. Tell us a tale.
Tell a tale. Oh,
yeah.
normally I can't shut up, but put me on the spot, and I'm all.
What were you talking to me about before we went on air about the jumper cable?
Oh, with Jack.
Yeah.
Jackie Blair. Yeah, they like I said, his case, they were saying that his case, they actually teach a course on what not to do using his case as an example of what not to do, if that tells you how well they investigated. And they still don't have anybody, they still haven't solved the murder and everything. And his family, I mean, his daughter's a sweetheart, she's a wonderful person, and they have been through it. Their family's been through it with everything. But I really thought that the article kind of tied in with the corruption and kind of the secrecy and why there is so much secrecy. I know to the public it looks like we should all be screaming to the top of our lungs, but when you read an article like that from the main paper, in our state, telling you shut up, and that was 16 years ago. So, there's been a lot happen in 16 years to even dig that a little deeper, with different situations. But even in it, basically told you couldn't trust the police at all on any level. And, which puts that whole fear in there. I guess that's why they called the article Climate of Fear. But, but the fact that you can take an article from 16 years ago and overlap it with what's going on today. And, it kind of, there's not been a lot of change.
Thank you very much, Real Trump said. That is very, very generous of you. Thank you. That's lovely. Much appreciated. Hang on. You got to get your little, wait for it.
Your dance.
To the person that just gave us a super chat. Humanity is just the best. Love you all the different.
Much appreciated. Thank you very, very much. So let me get back up. Sodomy laws were all ruled unconstitutional except in the second and third degrees, which entail a lack of consent by the Supreme Court of the US, which entail a lack of consent.
Well, where she was on ankle monitor and was still, she couldn't consent,
Well, yeah, because he was in a position of power and authority.
Right.
It wipes that off. And I will show you the thing about, but I wanted to find the bloody sentencing. So it was rape in the 3rd degree, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So rape in the 3rd degree.
Which is the low.
Yes, it is. Yes.
It's usually the one they use for statutory rape.
It's a class D felony.
Yeah.
So they use this for being a person in a position of authority or position of special trust when he or she engages in sexual intercourse. Being a jailer or an employee, contractor, vendor, or volunteer of the Department of Corrections, Department of Juvenile Justice, or a detention facility as defined in KRS, blah, blah, blah. Or of an entity under contract with other department or a detention facility for the custody, supervision, evaluation, and treatment of offenders, he or she subjects a person who he or she knows is incarcerated. Well, he can't get out of that. Yeah? He damn well knew she was incarcerated. And the other thing, there is he has a history because in his deposition, he admitted that he was having sex with Angie in the bathrooms in the courthouse whilst she was still married.
And they were both employees of the jail.
Yes. And she was not in the current role that she's in now. So he was in a supervisory role at the time over her.
Yep.
Well, this doesn't give me the fucking sentencings, which is what I thought it did. It was the chapter said sentencings. God damn it.
Well, anyway. We know what he got sentenced.
Yeah, I'll go back to this. So he eventually entered a guilty plea on those charges whilst 2 counts of tampering prisoner monitor device, 1 count of perjury in the 2nd degree, and he was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment.
Yep.
How much time did he do? Can you remind me, Brandy?
6 months.
Really? And where was that?
Months. Oh, it was at Letcher County Jail, but he had the VIP treatment.
Oh, he went in immediately as a trustee, given a nice cushy cell to himself with a TV and regular visits from his wife,
Yep. Conjugal visits and all.
While prosecuting the criminal matter, the Commonwealth of Kentucky produced discovery materials to defendant Fields and his counsel, now in the civil matter currently before the court. Plaintiffs have subpoenaed Coleman. Who was Coleman again?
Attorney General, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is where it gets a bit dodgy. They've subpoenaed Coleman for copies of these discovery materials, along with a copy of the transcript of the grand jury. Oh, okay. Hang on. Lee wants the link. He didn't get it. Un momento, per favore.
CC.
Chiamo.
I think that's the only word I know.
Male la testa. I didn't study Italian at school.
I had French in high school, and let me tell you, it didn't help. I can't say anything.
Oui.
That's it.
All right, link sent. He's going to pop in and say, "G'day." Give us an update on the road again.
Okay.
Yeah. Sent again. Hang on. Sent again. Oh, sent again. Ta-da! Okay. So they wanted the copies of the discovery materials and along with copies of the transcript of the grand jury proceedings associated with the state criminal case. While the plaintiffs have received redacted versions of so Sabrina received redacted versions of these materials from the Commonwealth as part of a prior open records request. Plaintiffs now seek unredacted copies of these records and have represented, along with the defendants, that the production of these materials is needed before the defendants can be deposed. Coleman has now moved to quash the subpoena on the grounds that the federal doctrine of sovereign immunity precludes the enforcement of plaintiff's subpoena. The sovereign immunity case law from Kentucky also, I nearly called it Kentucky. Kentucky. Sorry.
Okay.
Oops. Where is it? Sovereign immunity case law from Kentucky also precludes the enforcement of the subpoena, and that, at the very least, the secrecy of the grand jury proceedings prevents the plaintiffs from obtaining a copy of the grand jury transcript. The plaintiffs have filed a response opposing Coleman's motion, and Coleman has filed a reply in support of his motion, and the matter is therefore for review. So, now the explanation is important. The explanation of this is, unless otherwise limited, parties may obtain discovery regarding any non-privileged matter that is relevant to the party's claim or defence. Information within this scope of discovery need not be admissible in evidence to be discoverable. The courts have broadly construed this language to encompass any matter that bears on or that reasonably could lead to other matters that could bear on you, any issue that is or may be in the case. Whilst this scope is not without limits, the Sixth Circuit Court has consistently held that the scope of discovery is within the sound discretion of the trial court, and a ruling by the trial court, I have no idea. Oh. Hang on. He's not getting my email account. Let me send it to another one. Sorry. Invite. Paste. Okay. Sent to your Devil's Advocate's Gmail account. Okay. So basically, the point that they're trying to get at, where is it? Because they use a lot of big words. Okay. The 11th Amendment holds that the power of the United States shall not be construed to extend to a suit in law or in equity commenced or prosecuted against. So basically, they're trying to say that you can't sue the actual entity of the state, and trying to claim that it's protected under common law.
Yeah. I actually knew that you can there was no, you can't go against state.
Yeah. All right, so it's a long-winded way of saying it, but basically what they're saying, like, I'll explain it like this. When Sabrina initially did her criminal deposition, or somebody's just popped in. Well, hello, sir.
Hey, what's going on?
Hello, stranger.
It'll be like a miracle if I can pull this off. I'm driving in the rain in Kentucky, and I don't know where the hell I'm at. I'm just following GPS. It's a mess.
Well, your signal will also be a hit and miss. You will never know.
Oh, that's fun.
Yes, it's fun.
Yeah, I've also, I thought I was going to run to the, I was running to a Kohl's to try to find a shirt to show color of support. And you would be surprised how hard it is to find a purple shirt in my size. And the sales lady gave up on me. I had to continue finding something. I found a polo shirt, which I don't know is entirely appropriate for court. So it's either a dress shirt that's not purple or a purple polo. I'm not sure.
Listen, they have to tell them not to come in court with.
Sorry.
It's okay. They normally have to tell them to not come in court with shorts, and so you're good. Polo shirt is dressy, so you'll be good.
I thought about wearing like some spandex, little Speedo or something in there, but I thought they might not appreciate it. So
the mankini over you. Yeah.
Oh my God. Hold on. Stand by. I'm gonna try not to get myself killed. Give me a second.
That's a good thing.
I missed my turn, but somebody let me over. I guess people are super nice in Kentucky, like Idaho or something. I don't know, but
Sometimes.
You
all
can
right.
go with
I think
accent, like
I'm good for 2.9 miles or until my signal goes out, whichever's first.
Yep. So what are you up to? How has your journey been so far?
He's froze.
Oh, bugger.
He jinxed it.
Yeah.
He jinxed it. He jinxed it.
Well, at least it's not a really bad pause face.
Yeah, it could be worse.
Absolutely. Basically what I was saying with this is that, like, at the very start, if you remember, Mickey was included in the suit in his professional capacity
Yes.
and not his individual capacity. And subsequently, when he was charged after unaliving the judge, his position in his professional capacity no longer existed. So that actually null and voided him completely from the case. So
Right.
it then turns over to the person who is in that professional position, which is is it
Billy Jones.
Billy Jones? Yeah. So he is now responsible for.
That doesn't seem very fair.
Pardon?
I said that to me, that's just so off, not really kind of fair. He wasn't even, anywhere around.
Yeah. So the reason I bring this up is because there has been a motion filed in the courts just only in the last few days where the Commonwealth is trying to have Ben's individual capacity option removed from the proceeding.
And that's bad.
You're back.
He's
Hello?
back.
You can't hear us. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
You froze there for a bit.
I heard it was. I heard you say it was at a bad time too. Like my mouth was open and I was doing some kind of.
No, it was a good pause. It was a good
No,
pause.
you was okay.
It could have been way worse. Yes.
Didn't have my finger in my nose at the time that it froze or something embarrassing.
No.
All right.
No, good.
All right. What were you going to tell us about?
I don't even remember where I got disconnected from. What was I telling you?
You said I got 2.9 miles before it goes out, and that was
yeah,
it.
I said I said either. So yeah, my signal lasts. I think the last thing I said was it's either that or my signal will go out, and then my signal went out.
Yep.
Yeah.
I said you jinxed it.
Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, I'm just heading back to an Airbnb to try to. So, I was thinking I was going to be meeting with people today that wanted to talk and tell their stories. We tried that yesterday and it didn't go well. So we were going to try again today, but then due to circumstances I probably can't fully explain, I was all over the roads, making no progress whatsoever in anything, and ended up going back to my Airbnb, having wasted like half a day doing nothing. So we'll see what happens for the next half of my day. But I do have a live to go on tonight, so I was going to try to do the live from my normal Crimes After Dark show. I'm going to do tonight, and maybe get a long form video talking about things if I can get my shit together and get settled into the Airbnb. So
Yeah, yep, that'd be good. Anything you
and
want
then
to focus
trial
on?
in the morning if there's really a trial, then trial in the morning. I heard you explaining about the trying to get Ben Fields removed from his personal capacity.
Yep.
From what I understand, it's kind of like a technicality. From what I understand, Ben Fields will still have to testify. I mean, you can't get around that part, I don't think, but they're trying to make it so that he himself is not liable for damages. So like they can't go after and take his personal house and car and all that shit, because they'll be like, hey, he doesn't work there anymore. Take it up with the entity, which in a way I kind of expect, because this is a money trial. The civil trial is about money. And so Ben Fields probably doesn't have a lot of money anyways, but still the posturing last minute to try to get his personal capacity removed seems a little late in the game for that bullshit. But
yeah,
I don't think they expected it to go this long.
No.
I do not think they expected it to do what it's doing.
well, and to be fair, I almost didn't either, because I expected somebody to pay her off, or worst case scenario, make sure she can't make it to trial. But so I mean, that's pretty negative thinking. But I literally thought they were going to pay her off and it would never see the light of day, because they don't want the things getting exposed that'll get exposed in this trial. So I would expect them to be handing out larger and larger sums of money offers till she takes something. But so I'm, part of me thinks I'm here wasting my time, because I won't be surprised if they don't make a courthouse steps deal and shake on a handshake with money and be done with it. Now the judge might not appreciate that, waiting until the last second to make a deal outside the courthouse, and he might say screw that, because he has to kind of agree to it as well. But we'll see.
Well,
Yeah,
I do know that there was offers still being made as late as 9:30 last evening. And
I
a
expect
long
that.
way off.
Yeah. They're a long ways from a number. Yeah, they're a long ways. See, and here's the horrible thing. I hate to say this, because I don't know that any of this is happening, but the worst in my reality, true crime, at some point, this is the worst thing to say. It becomes a ledger decision. I can pay her off for this, or I can have her taken out for this. You know what I mean? Like at some point, if you're really in a high thing and someone's like, well, I can lose $1 million, or she can have an accident for $20,000. So you got to watch yourself, because it's at some point someone's making a financial decision of how much will it cost us to just have her go away.
Well, the way I look at it, if you look at the whole situation as a whole, if somebody like Kevin Mullins, you know what I'm saying, his importance can be taken out, or however you want to say it.
Yeah.
Who are we? Who are the public?
Right.
And the closer they get to court, the more of a threat she is.
Right. I mean, there's been crazy shit that happens at the courthouse sometimes.
Yep.
So I mean, I'm in some regards, I'm surprised. Like I said, I would have expected. Now I don't know what her financial situation is, but and again, I'm just speaking realities, and maybe I'm too blunt about these, but at some point they're going to try to make an offer that's life-changing money for her, but it'll make it so that it doesn't become a national spectacle. And so they're going to try to find that number that'll be like, look, you can change your life with this amount of money. Just shut the hell up and don't talk about what happens in Letcher County. And a lot of people would take that deal, right? Because a lot of people are like, I got to take care of my family first. So if I can take care of my family, I'll take the deal. But,
right. And there's going to be an NDA. There's going to be an NDA.
Oh yeah. Right. If she settles for money, it'll be for an amount undisclosed, and she won't be able to talk about the terms at all, and it'll be hush money. It'll be, you get to have. So, and here's the thing: even if she gets the settlement and agrees to the NDA to keep her mouth shut, that doesn't mean that she would be safe to live to spend the money, because somebody might decide that there's a loophole in the contract that if she's not alive, it doesn't go to her family or whatever. And so, you still have to ask a lot of questions, and hopefully her lawyer is advising her on all all those loopholes if she signs a deal at the last minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask you a question? What level of government department has the ability to access your personal banking account?
Well, I mean, really low level if they get a subpoena, and if the like if local law enforcement goes to a judge and says they need to see the financial records, more than likely the judge would agree to it. So
No, I'm talking accessing their actual bank accounts and making transactions.
Oh, illegally, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't think you can do that legally, but you could do that illegally, and it wouldn't. And then that isn't that's a whole different question, because it's relatively easy for people who have certain skills to be able to do those kind of things. So yeah, if you're talking about illegally accessing someone's bank account, then a lot of people can do that.
You also got to take into factor, when we say small town, we mean small town. So everybody that works at these banks knows everybody, and everybody knows, so you've got that whole factor that in too,
Right. No, that's a really good point that people overlook, because if somebody is friends with the bank teller because they went to high school together, and they come in and say, hey, I really need some help, we're looking into this, and I can't officially ask for it, can you do me a favor? A lot of times in a small community, they'll do those favors.
Yes, because they don't, there's not the concern,
I'm talking about unknown but fraudulent transactions to like Temu and Amazon that have basically racked up the balance of their credit cards.
Well, I knew where you're going with that, because I've heard the rumors about that as well. I knew where you're going. The problem is with all of this stuff. The problem is you got to play. This is going to be horrible, but you got to play devil's advocates. So somebody could say, well, she went out and racked up her bills, and then she's going to claim someone did it, and then claim damages. So you have to be able to prove who made the transaction at the end of the day. So she can say, or anybody can say, oh, they got my credit card and they charged up, all this money, but it could be her. And so they'd come back and say, bullshit, it's us, it's you. You're the name on the card, so prove that we did it. And if she can't prove, then it'll just look like she did.
Can you find out IP address?
Well, what I was wondering is if items were purchased, where's it being shipped to? That has a big factor in it too. I mean, if it goes,
right,
and like you said, it could also be that they could have also done that to make it look that way. You know what I mean? But you don't know for 100.
Can you trace an IP address?
You can trace an IP address, yes. And again, the tools to do so are, again, how do I explain this? Like, not every Joe Blow knows how to trace IP addresses, but it's also not super hard. So if you're a techie, there's tools like Wireshark, for example, that's pretty open standard that hackers tend to use it, or people who know a lot about technology. So it's not your average Joe Blow, but it's also not super hard for somebody who knows what they're doing. And again, like, was being said a minute ago, like it's a double. Somebody could want to make her look bad by doing something, and then, like you said, buying shit, sending it to her own house, and then say, look at all the shit she's doing, she's just blowing all this money, she's a horrible person, and whatever. And and so all of that's at play. Especially the more high profile the cases, the more they're going to do things to try to discredit people and ruin their lives, because they just don't want it to go to trial. So
I think it was more like to financially cripple them, basically.
Yes.
I thought. But yeah.
Well, I mean, like I said, I feel like, this whole time for, let's see, 2022, okay, so for 4 years, they've starved her out. They have literally starved her and her family out. So an offer, any of us would be like, okay, that gets us out of here. That gets us, it.
A major component. She is determined to tell her story to stop this from happening to others. So there's that aspect,
Yeah.
To her.
And that's what I'm praying. That's what I'm praying she does. I it really is, because
Well,
It
and that's
opens
the
the
thing.
door.
Like, I can't give her advice, but if it were me, I couldn't blame her for taking a settlement because again, she's got to worry about herself and her family. So I can't blame her for that. But I almost guarantee you any settlement she agrees to is going to have a trick or a loophole or something there that doesn't allow her to tell her story. So as long as she's decided that and again, I'm not saying it's wrong, but as long as she's decided that what's good for me is taking care of me and I don't, and let somebody else deal with the bigger picture, she can do that and she can cash
Right.
out. And then we all have to find somebody else willing to talk because she'll have gotten her payday. But hope, and again, I'm not saying she's wrong if she does that, but yeah.
By telling her story, like, to Netflix or something, she could make.
She could make more, right? She could make more if she gets the right people to listen, right?
Yeah. So.
But like I said, if they throw an NDA in there, that would be boom.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna. I think that's what they're gonna try to do. They're gonna try and offer her money and then before they hand the check over to her, it's gonna be you need to sign this piece of paper, and the piece of paper basically says you can't talk about anything. You can't talk about how much we paid you. You can't talk about your details. You're done. Yeah. You're done talking about it. Yeah.
Did you get my email I sent you this morning?
What's that?
Did you get the email I sent you this morning?
No, I've been on the road all day. In fact, I'm sitting right now. Literally, I'm sitting in the parking lot of the Airbnb so I can go set up my computer, which I probably should do. I should probably drop off this call, go get my laptop set up so I'll have much better signal strength and all that good stuff. And then if you're still streaming, I can rejoin you, or I can do other things. I got plenty to do, but I can also rejoin you if you want.
Hang on, there's just one. I want you to have a look at one thing. Where is it? Text. No. Give me 1 second and I'll find it. It's a screenshot of a text message between Ben and Patty Stockham, and it shows.
From how long
ago?
From years ago.
Oh, hang on. I have to find it and tell you. Hang on. Where are we? Come on. That one there. B for Ben. There it is. Motherfucker.
Well, here's the thing, though. I'm on a tiny phone screen, and I wouldn't be able to read it much anyways. So I literally, in 10 minutes, I can be inside the room with my laptop and a full-size screen. So let me just rejoin you in a few minutes. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I'll find
it. We'll see you in a minute.
This happens every time. I save it and like, woohoo, this is, yeah. And then
I do the same thing, Jody.
If I'm under pressure, my brain just goes, fuck off.
I say it all the time. My train jumps the track.
Yeah. And I saved it specific. I named it and everything. And and it's just one single text message, but it encompasses the whole level of how much control that he actually had.
Yeah. It's really, you don't feel free at all. I was talking to the kids the other day, on our car ride back, and even if you're standing in a store, I've noticed, I didn't notice it until now, when I started, really thinking about things. I remember telling the kids, hush, don't say that too loud. You don't want nobody to hear you saying something like that. Don't say that too loud. And, I'm guilty of doing it to my kids. And, I was done that way as a kid. It was just, that's what I need, a book about just, I'll call it something secrecy. A town of secrets. There we go. I claim it. That's mine.
I don't think this is actually updated from my phone. Important legal docs for now. And let me see if I put it in there. Oh. No, but there's something I do need in there in a second. But Jody, what the fuck? It's not even in my lead. This is in the important folder.
In the wrong place.
Yes. Text between Ben.
We have so much stuff, though. I think that, yeah, we have so many different irons in the fire.
Found it. I'd forgotten the P in Paddy Stockham. So it came up as it's a conversation between Atty, which I normally call that attorney. So I was looking at the wrong fucking thing. All right, that's there ready for when he comes back. Let's do some comments and see what we've got. All right.
I've been trying to kind of answer some of them. I don't know.
All right, this old country gal gets it. She describes the situations with pinpoint accuracy. Are you referring to Brandy? I'm guessing, because yes, she does.
Oh, thank you. That's what I told him too. Oh, thank you.
Was Mickey a Republican, was he?
I'll be honest with you, I don't.
Democrat.
We never. I'll be honest with you. That was another thing too. In our town, I'd be honest. I don't remember us ever like parties being, like the Democrat and Party. The two parties. It was always you just voted for, your friend. That sounds awful. Whoever, if you had somebody that in your family or a friend that was running for office or something, that's who you voted for. Their party affiliation wasn't really I don't think, a factor.
Well, I was talking to someone from Pike County who's in a political position, not high up, but for someone.
Yeah.
And they were basically saying that to get their job, they had to vote a certain way.
Yeah. Well, now it's that way. I mean, it's more, I think, with everything going on in Washington, it kind of, it's a Trump thing.
And yes, Kentucky folks don't just open up to outsiders. People who've suffered trauma don't usually just open up to people either. Getting folks to tell their stories is nearly impossible. Yes, it is. But we've been working with Taya and Brandy and any other survivors that have, are in the circle for months and months now. So it's not like we're a stranger anymore. But I completely understand the apprehension and their fear as well, because it is real. Just look at Jen, But I don't see another way of stopping it if.
Well, isn't Jen still a part of this?
No.
I mean, I know she's not, but isn't her testimony or any of her part of her? No, really, because that had so much impact with what, you know what I mean?
It got taken off.
Sabrina.
Yes. Yep.
So basically, her story ended, and that's sad.
They've managed to take that out of the proceedings. They are trying to get the criminal charges against Ben not admissible in court, and they're trying to get his name as an individual capacity taken off all his last minute motions. They're playing dirty, big time. And I had that. There is a summary of what was allowed in. Where is it? Under Sabrina, I think. Probably that. No. There was a summary. Where is it? I think it was in August of last year. It was their final rulings, basically, for what they were letting in and what they weren't letting in the case. Kentucky legislation. I just can't remember which bloody file. There's so many of them in this bloody thing. Maybe it's in my This is important folder. Yes, there it is. Final rules for civil suit. Okay. That's the one. Let's at this stage and you can have a look, see. Jessica Green. So this basically goes over everything and it ties everything up in a nice neat elbow, so to speak. Begin. Yeah, Joe. No, yeah. You read that?
Boy,
All right.
Jody, I'm blind as a bat, but okay.
So, it goes. So plaintiff Sabrina Adkins and the estate of Jennifer Hill bring this action against defendant Ben Fields in his individual and official capacity. Billy Jones in his official capacity as Eastern Kentucky Correctional Services. So he has replaced Mickey.
Mickey, yeah.
Now, apparently Mickey has been subpoenaed to testify, but on the grapevine, I think they're getting someone to actually just read his deposition out in court.
Yeah.
I think, unless he's there by Zoom. But he has been subpoenaed. So,
boy, that would be wonderful.
Fields is a former court security officer for the Letcher County Sheriff's Office, and Jones is the Letcher County Sheriff. EKCS provides the ankle monitoring services for Letcher County. They hired Fields to oversee the ankle monitoring program for the home incarceration in Letcher County, whilst he was also a CSO. This case involves Fields' alleged sexual coercion of two women he supervised during their periods of home incarceration. 1. Though the estate is the party in interest, the court will refer to the estates as Hill for ease of references. And EKCS references the Eastern Kentucky Correctional Services. All right. So, as alleged in the second amended complaint, I've actually got the original too. Adkins' versions of events in this. She was incarcerated in the Letcher County Jail from April 2021 through to June 2021. Upon her release, she was placed on home incarceration. Fields was assigned as Adkins' home incarceration officer, where she expressed concern to Fields about her ability to pay for an ankle monitor. Adkins claims that Fields made flirtatious comments about her appearance and told her they could work something out. Adkins understood Fields' comments to imply that she would receive preferential treatment from Fields in exchange for sexual favours. Adkins and Fields began communicating regularly via text messages, and in late June 2021, Fields asked Adkins to meet him after dark at the Letcher County Courthouse in Judge Kevin Mullins' chambers. In that first meeting, Fields removed Adkins' ankle monitor, advising her she would not have to pay the associated fees and could remain on home incarceration. Between late June and December, Adkins alleges that she met Fields in Judge Mullins' chambers several times, with their interactions escalating from forcible kissing to oral sex and intercourse. According to Adkins, she was coerced and compelled to comply due to Fields' position of power, and because she could not afford her ankle monitor. She feared that if she did not comply, she would have to return to the Letcher County Jail. Now, there is the implied threat right there, and the abuse of the power. That's where consent goes out the window. It is not negotiable. There is legislation that and that's what they're going to fight. They will be going in there saying, she never said no, she never pushed him away, it wasn't violent, she consented to it all, and they will try and dig up any dirt they can to discredit her
make her feel like she did something, you know.
Don't be surprised if that's what happens. Oh,
Oh,
look
I
at it.
mean, I'm sure they're going to make it very rough.
Oh, for sure. Oh, where'd he go? Peekaboo, I don't see you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Let me get this set up for when he comes back. This is the text message. Patty Stockham. Where did he go? All right. If they didn't order the goods, they simply returned. No, they didn't get the goods. It was just the transaction.
Mhm.
But there was a couple of transactions on there that cleared their credit card, like maxed it.
Yeah.
So no one's received anything. You're not oddballs at all.
As I've been trying to answer.
Yeah.
So,
There is no monetary figure that they can put on this. There isn't, you know.
really, no.
So
It's, I mean, it's a pivotal moment because I guess she's carrying us on her back right now. You know what I mean? Like kind of how we talked about how I, felt like Mickey had the whole town of secrets on his back.
Yeah.
And, we're kind of all counting on Sabrina, open that door for us. You get the door open and we'll do the rest, girl,
So you reckon they're waiting on the outcome of this before they'll talk? Or
I think a lot of people are, it's just, like I said, there's that fear and I think it's not so much that it'll change the people's mind, but I think the people in charge will see that we're done. We're just done. Fed smack dab up with it, done. And I think this would be a really good little example for him. But I see what Lee's saying too, because at a certain point, she becomes a liability.
Oh, she already is.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. The more she holds out, the bigger that liability is.
Yeah.
So, can you hear us, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, I found it. So this is a text message from Patty Stockham. Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So on the left-hand side is Patty with the P, and the right-hand side is Ben. So the question, or what he's telling her, is that she can go and deactivate Scott Cornett from home incarceration, and she says, okay. Ben says he paid $255, got him paid up until last week. He still owes $85. I told him that if he doesn't get us paid, I'll get a warrant on him. And she writes, okay, he won't. If they get behind, they usually don't catch up. But you are threatening them with jail. I couldn't do that, LOL.
Oh, yeah.
She said, Mark Caudle has a drug test at 1. And Ben's response is, there is a charge called theft of services, where you basically receive a service and don't pay. Plus, the jailer has said that they would pay some for people to keep them out of jail because they are in bad shape with population at the jail. So if he doesn't pay the bill, the jail will.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
didn't
God.
even offer that. Didn't. Oh, my gosh. And that frustrates me so bad because of what
one of the things I sent
I've
you, I
been
did
through personally.
Yeah. I did a deep dive on the ankle monitoring funding possibilities, and there are options out there.
And keep it. You need to keep in mind when Ben Field says the jail will pay or offer to pay, that may or may not be correct. One of the things I said was I almost guarantee you Ben himself might be willing to pay somebody's $85 a week fee if it means cheap sexual favors. Like that might be a good deal for him to pay it out of pocket. So he might tell people, hey, they paid because everything was done in cash, right? So if Ben has to do is just take $85 of his own money and then say, hey, they paid 85 this week, and consider it money well spent for him. And so when he says the jail might be willing to do that, may be true, or it may be just Ben going, I'll secretly pay the fee and say that the jail did it or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know that what he's saying is true, but he does have a situation in which people can hand him cash. And if they don't have the cash, he probably could willingly pay that on his own and consider it a good investment in his next week's fund or whatever.
Well,
Yeah.
you know,
I
as
think
a family
some of them-
member, oh, sorry, Jody.
It's all right.
But as a family member of somebody that has, you know, got ankle monitoring and stuff before, it's so disheartening, you know, because I remember times that, you know, you would have to pick, are we getting groceries this week or do we
Yeah.
pay his ankle monitor? You know,
Right.
are we going to not have gas money and can't even go to Whitesburg, or are we going to pay the ankle monitor?
Right.
So, you know, it's disheartening and it's frustrating, makes me angry. You know, Jody, there was programs, you know, that they could have offered them.
There's options.
Yeah,
And
and he probably didn't tell her options.
no, he didn't tell a lot of them. Nobody knew, you know, like we didn't know that we had any options. But I would also like to see an audit on how many female clients they had on house arrest compared to the males, because there wasn't a whole lot of males on house arrest. And I just think that would be interesting if somebody, you know, could do an audit on the ratio of like how many women to
But
how many men.
I don't want to derail this question, but I'll never remember to ask this question of you guys. And now, if I don't
Okay,
take a
go
moment,
ahead.
there was a moment of the deposition. Sorry, I don't even know if it was a deposition. It was an interview with Ben Fields in a car with Matt Easter and Shannon Blevins, and there was an interesting moment, and you just reminded me when you said about men versus women. There was an interesting moment when they asked him, "Have you ever had any inappropriate relationships with women?" And he's like, "No." And then eventually he coughs up, "Okay, maybe Sabrina. Okay, maybe a little bit with somebody else." And they said, "Other than these two women, has there been any other females?" And he's like, "No." And they said, "Any males?" And he goes, "I'd prefer not to answer that."
Right.
And I was like, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
That says it all, doesn't it?
Do you remember that at all?
Yes, because who would, you know, the implication of homosexuality in any way goes against the grain also, you know. That's
Yeah, and
a
I
big
didn't know if that's,
no.
I wasn't sure if that's what he was meaning. Like maybe he had done this same kind of scam with males as well, but you can't overlook that. Like I guess for me, I'm so fixated on what they were doing to women. I never anticipated they could be doing a similar thing to men as well in that kind of way.
I know there is male victims, you know, there is. So, you know, there was males, but was it being, I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, I'm sure he made money any way it went, you know, whether it was male or female, but, you know, that there was a big difference made, you know, between the two.
Apparently there are 7 different organisations that have the potential to cover or reduce or whatever the ankle monitoring system, so that there is an option.
There was a way. Yeah.
Basically.
And I got to be careful. I don't know if it was you and I got to make sure it wasn't something you couldn't say, but I'm pretty sure because I'm working through it that you could. It seemed to be that somebody had suggested to me that the jail was Letcher County Jail is notoriously overcrowded, which was part of the reason why they were so willing to put people on the ankle monitoring system, because it was a way to get them out of the actual overcrowded jail, and that they might have lied about the numbers of people incarcerated because they didn't want to show that they were at max capacity all the time.
Oh, yeah, it was horrible. Because the ones they needed would have been shipped somewhere else.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
While she was incarcerated, experienced that with you know, up to over 100 people, didn't she say?
Well, it was at one time, and this was, if I'm not mistaken, during COVID, they were almost double capacity. of what they were supposed to be. And so,
Speaking of that, speaking of that, I was meaning to ask: is this the whole thing with Ben Fields potentially a COVID throwback? And by that I mean, did this just happen because of the conditions that existed during COVID, or is this something that was happening before and happened after the COVID situation? Did it provide unique opportunity to do something that they wouldn't normally have done, or what do you guys read
well,
on
I'll
that?
tell you what happened. The conditions at the jail were horrible before. They were
Yeah.
horrible before, but not as there wasn't as much, I think, under the table stuff going on, but it was just the conditions and stuff. But around COVID, it gave them the opportunity because families wasn't allowed to visit we wasn't allowed to do any kind of visitations, and Letcher County didn't have the tablet system to where you could do a tablet, a face-to-face to where you could actually see your family member. So we were completely cut off from our family. So at that time they were doing willy-nilly whatever they wanted to. And if sometimes you would get phone calls. I know one time they didn't have heat and they got phone calls out, and when the family started calling and complaining, they shut the phones off so nobody could call out. I mean, they would do things like that because they were getting caught doing things they weren't supposed to be doing. But it was, I think it gave them more, if you went and seen your family member once a week, there was a less likely chance of something was going to happen to them,
Right. Just to let you, I hear everything you're saying. Just to let you know, Jody, I'm co-streaming this on my members only side. I didn't let anybody know I was going to be here, so I just sent out that message to people that are on my side to be able to join us. But again, part of the reason for keeping it members only on my side is that hopefully we'll encourage them to come watch it on your side and watch and buff up your numbers. But if somebody wants to stay separate in our chat, they could do that. But
have you had any restrictions applied to your content at all regarding this case?
nope, no. And in fact, it's so funny because if you watch my show, I drop F-bombs and I say all the forbidden words, and I have panelists that are afraid to say those words, and I've told them what I'm going to tell you as well, which is I came to YouTube because they allowed me to talk like an adult and do this thing, and I've never lost an appeal with them. Like I've had a few people that I think people flagged me and reported me saying that, especially with Idaho 4, like you're being disrespectful for the families and you should shut this off. And I've won my appeal every single time. That doesn't stop people from flagging you. And yeah, maybe a bot from time to time might flag you if you say a word that is, I think there's a lot less restrictions on YouTube than people think is where I'm going with that. So
I've just had a couple of them flagged, mainly to do with Child Protective Services more than anything.
I would imagine, underage victims is probably one of the areas they're more sensitive to, right? So I would imagine some auto flagging happening if certain words are used in that space. But I've gotten away with a lot, like I said, and I've never lost an appeal because of what we're doing is crime. Like you have to talk about the crimes in order for you to talk about true crime, and so
Right.
it is what it is.
And I had actually put that behind a member's wall too. That particular.
Oh, I've never had anything flagged that was members only because they supposedly leave it alone, but you've gotten flagged even back on members only. Wow, might be AI that's doing that, I guess. Maybe. It's funny that you mention it because, and I don't want to side tangent it, but oops, I'm getting an echo on your side. It's funny to mention it because one night we had a discussion that dove into Jeffrey Epstein, and if you know his case a little bit, he deals with certain age victims, right? And so, in order for me to address something that happened, I would have to have said a naughty word so many times that I was certain an AI would be like, "Oh, you're not talking about that on YouTube." So I was like, I can't even address the problem because I'm pretty sure if I say that word too many times, they're going to be like, "This whole show is about children. Like, we're not going to do that." So yeah.
Well, the topic that I did mainly about sexual assault, I didn't even bother monetizing because I thought I don't want to have to be
There's such hard topics in this case and involved with the corruption in this county that you have to kind of be able to talk about the hard and the rough stuff so that they can understand the desperation, or you know what I mean?
It wasn't really an accusatory stream. It was more an educational stream.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and my belief right now is, as long as you're educating people and you're doing it respectfully, I don't think they're gonna come down with a heavy hammer. Like, I'm sure that even when you got flagged, you didn't lose the appeal if you appealed, or did you even appeal it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
And did you win the appeal?
I'm waiting on it.
Oh, you're waiting. Yeah, you should win the appeal.
Yeah, I haven't so far. Touch wood. Yeah, lost an appeal.
Yeah.
Well, see, Ty just lost her monetization on Facebook because of her own. Okay, she put the article about the paper, and then those really hateful text messages and stuff she got. The post she made about it, they flagged it for child exploitation, and so she's trying to work on that. So
child exploitation.
That's what she told him. She said, "I am the child." I am the child that I'm talking about. It's me. So
Right. Yeah, they're super sensitive about underage topics, of course. And it's funny because Facebook, they got themselves in trouble for a while censoring everybody, and then people left Facebook because they were too much censorship. And then supposedly, and I read it, Zuckerberg, who heads Meta/Facebook, came out and said, you know what, we're done censoring people. We're not going to do it anymore. Come back to our platform. We'll let you talk about whatever. And then people are still getting flagged for things. But again, they're trying to be more open on Facebook because a lot of people left because we can't talk about anything because they have such high censorship that we can't talk about things. And again, if you're true crime, it's going to be ugly. Crime's not pretty, so you have to be able to talk about the things. Yeah.
And yet on X, anything goes.
Supposedly, yes. X is where I thought I should. I always thought X was going to be my platform, and I thought that. And I'm going to be candid. Like, a friend of mine he sent me some literally straight up pornographic video, and I'm like, they put that on X. He goes, you can put anything on X. I'm like, this is my platform. I can go there because I can talk like an adult. But I hear people are still having some issues on X, so I don't know.
Oh, it's very toxic. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't. I use it to advertise. That's it.
YouTube's been good to me. So far I'm in a good. I feel good about YouTube. I talk positively about YouTube. I feel like they've done pretty well, and I've never, like I said, I never lost an appeal. So I feel pretty comfortable saying, hey, this is a good platform to use until they screw me. Hopefully they don't screw me.
All right. So what's your plan of action for tomorrow?
Well, so as I understand it, I know now. So my plan is this. I think court opens at 8:30. And ChatGPT and I have been trying to talk about how early I should be there. So here's the thing. I was at the Coburger thing, and we were camped out at midnight the night before the doors opened. And the first time I did that, when I was camped out at midnight, there was TV everywhere. There was press everywhere. They had cameras set up across the street. It was kind of a bit of a circus. And even though there was only 5 of us in line, all the press were there, and it was all over the steps. And they had an official line that were like, hey, stand here, and you're welcome to stay here all night long. Now, the second time I went out there was for the sentencing, which I would have thought would even be bigger. And they wouldn't even let us stand near the courthouse. They told us we can stand across the street on a street corner and wait until a certain time in the morning when they would allow us to come closer to the courthouse and start lining up. And it's first come, first served. So literally people were running across the street, elbowing each other in the face, kind of moving to try to see who can get in line first. So I don't know what to expect here. We're in a small county. The media doesn't seem to be paying attention to the trial. So
that's what I was getting ready to say.
Yeah.
It's been disappointing, kind of, with the coverage. It's been the whole thing with the judge and the sheriff. But, Sabrina opens the door to why we got the judge and the sheriff.
Right.
It's my
Right.
opinion.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
yeah, and that's the first. I'm the same way. I started with the Mickey Steins. As soon as I saw a sheriff shoot a judge, I was like, oh, I got to know the story. And then it immediately led to Ben Fields and the deposition that Mickey Steins gave, and I was like, holy shit! Like this case is the reason this other case happened.
Mickey
But
was deposed
it
in 3
still seems
days.
to be flying under the radar.
He was
right.
deposed in this trial 3 days before he unalived the judge.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no way you can separate these two.
No.
I haven't found the exact connection, but I 100% believe that they're connected. They have to be.
Yeah.
It just doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize it's all related.
Well,
But
it's disclosure. They were threatened. He threatened exposing them
yeah,
with the deposition.
yeah. I mean, literally, Mickey Steins' attorney, I believe it was, came out and said Mickey Steins was threatened and said, "Shut your mouth! Don't about this deposition in the Ben Fields case." So he was told it, and so to this. So, anyways, going back to what my plan is, because that was the original question. What's my plan? My plan is that I'm probably going to show up outside the courthouse. Probably a couple hours, maybe before they open the doors, and hope that that's good enough. I might, if I'm squirrely and I'm up and I woke up in the middle of the night and I can't sleep, I might go there earlier and drive it there 6 hours early to see if a line has started. And if there's no line, I'll go sit in my car. Like I'll play it by ear. But my thinking is, with this low media attention as it seems to have, which is a fucking shame, because it should have high attention.
Yeah.
I feel like I can probably show up maybe even just an hour before and be perfectly fine. But and of course, I'd rather be in a warm car than standing in a freezing line outside the courthouse. So it really depends, and I don't know how many friends and family Sabrina's coming. That's the other thing I wanted to talk to you guys about etiquette. Like, let me ask you this. From what I understand, the courthouse is maybe 30 people, room for maybe 30 people at best, from what I've been told. And if that's the case, if I fly across the country to be part of this and cover it and try to get exposure to it, I should have a seat in that courtroom, I'm thinking. But if Sabrina shows up with 50 people and they want 30 of those seats, do I give my way to friends and family so they can be there to support her? Or do I say, hey, sorry, I need to be in the courtroom? Like, I don't even know what the right thing to do is.
There should be enough room. I'm guessing. If you can imagine church pews, because that's what it kind of looks like. So, church size, but it's, if I was you, I would go the press angle. I'm part of the press.
The problem with the press angle is twofold. For example, at the Koberger trial, which again, media were all over that. Judge Hippler ruled he was not going to make any arguments or distinction about who's press and who's not, in particular because of YouTubers. So he didn't want to get stuck in a situation of saying, well, Devil's Advocates is not media, but Fox News is, because there's no distinction in the Constitution between me and Fox News. There's no distinction.
Right.
So the judge didn't want to get in that situation. So he just said, there is no press box. It's first come, first serve. Press is treated just like the public. So, and again, I can't find the rules online how this court's going to do it. Is there going to be press seats? If so, can I certainly, sometimes you have to apply for press credentials ahead of time. But again, I didn't, because I was used to the Koberger thing where they weren't going to treat the press different than the public. So I haven't done pre-work, but.
I'm going to guess it's very informal, like I was telling you about.
That's what I think. A small courthouse, very informal.
Yeah, very informal.
There'll be, 30 people coming of Sabrina's family and stuff either. I think it's probably going to be a very.
Now I will say this. When I was at when I will say this. When I was at the Koberger trial early, somebody came through the line and asked what media outlet we were with, because they just assumed nobody would sit out there for 7 hours before the trial if they weren't media. And I put, it was funny. I don't know if I told you this story, but they're taking a name down. They had a clipboard and they said, they went to the front of the line. I was like 5 back. And they said, who are you with? And they're like, ABC News. Okay. Who are you with? Fox News. Okay. Who are you with? And then they got to me and I said, Devil's Advocates YouTube. And they said, okay, public. And I said, why is everybody else just treated like media and I just got called public? Because you're not taking, like, I'm as much media as they are, but I didn't want to have that fight. But I'm like, next time I'm just like, do I just say I'm media and just let it go with that? They don't respect YouTube to think that they're media. But
I think
that's where most people, where most people get their news now is YouTube.
I know I know, and not everybody's caught up with that, but you're right. I mean, whereas a lot of people are considering their favorite YouTube channel more reputable than Fox or CNN because they know mainstream media lies about shit all the time,
Yep.
so they'd rather get their
Right.
news from somebody that's has integrity because a lot of media doesn't have integrity anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not to say a lot of YouTube don't
Maybe
have
that's
integrity
what we're
because a lot of
doing
YouTubers don't have it. But yeah.
Maybe it's our integrity that's shooting us in the foot.
Yeah. Welcome to Amanda, by the way. I got some of my people that are
Yes,
showing up.
yes, and Apache. Third Apache is here too.
Yes, third Apache is out there. Yeah, she's watching from my channel and as well, and so
Yeah.
and third Apache is funny. I don't know if I know her better than I think I know her because it's funny. She kind of came into the trial. I think she said she got interested in the trial because of me. I think, but then she's telling me shit that I don't know about the trial. Like how did you take I got you interested. Now you're telling me what's happening in the trial. It's
There was
hard.
someone who was it that was applying those documents for you when you were doing your members stream. Was it Third Apache or was it Amanda?
Oh, Amanda. Amanda was grabbing some of the documents for me. Yeah, Amanda does a lot of document stuff for us, and I work with Amanda now. I've got a Pacer account, which is a federal database and they charge a fee. So my YouTube business is paying for a Pacer account, and Amanda will sometimes go on there and grab documents for us and stuff like that. So Amanda was already great at grabbing documents on her own. But then when she realized I had a Pacer account, she's like, "Hey, can we get this downloaded? Because it costs money and I don't have a Pacer account." I'm like, "Yeah, here, use my login." So I should probably say that out loud. But she's the company's login she's using to grab our documents. So, and she works for us. So.
That is my biggest challenge from here, basically, is trying to access stuff.
Sure. Yeah, from another country. I don't even know what the restrictions would be. Can you have a Pacer account from another country or no?
I've got a Pacer account. Yeah, I just haven't renewed the registration. Yeah. So, but because I needed that, there is online, like the court filings basically go to the end of 2023. The recent stuff is all under Pacer. Yes. And I actually did email Robin this morning just to see if she was able to access any of it.
Well, I'll tell you what. If I don't know how much time Amanda has on her thing. I know that I'm kind of short on time because I'm freaking across the country doing shit in a hotel room. But if you are missing documents, maybe Amanda, if you don't have access, can take screenshots of what's available in Pacer, and then if you don't have the documents, I bet you she would download them for you, and we'll pay for the cost to download so we can, because I want them anyways. So if you tell me what you're missing and we can get them for you, and then
I can't find anything like for the last 12 months, pretty much.
Right, you just don't have the most recent stuff, right?
Yeah. I don't know whether they had to have been filings, but yeah, because
a lot of. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's not there's definitely some documents that are not all that interesting to read, and then there are other ones that are really important.
I wanted to see their motion to try and get his individual capacity removed.
Yeah, did you said that was officially filed, or because I got the impression that was a last minute thing, but they filed that motion.
It is a last minute thing, and it was the defense that filed it.
I'm logging into Pacer right now to see if I can find it. But.
Do you want the case number?
I've got it. But give me a second here.
Because there's the Sabrina Adkins case number, and then there's the Commonwealth v. Ben Fields case as well.
Well, that's interesting because I've got two case numbers, and I thought that where I got the latest document was from the latest thing, so I thought I had them both, but I'll double check. Hold on.
I think it's 00007.
Yes, that sounds familiar. Yeah, it's like 722 CVs triple or quadruple 7 or quadruple 07, I think.
7, yes, yep. That's the one.
Yeah, let me log in real quick. So yeah, I'm just, I have no idea what I'm walking into tomorrow. That's the thing. Like, I don't know if I'm going to get into the courtroom. I don't know if they're going to settle on the courthouse steps. I don't know if somebody's going to get shot on the courthouse steps. Like, that would be horrible. But, you know what I'm saying? I really don't know what to expect. Hopefully I don't get shot on the courthouse steps.
You're in a territory where anything is possible.
Yeah.
Amanda, it's 2022 CR00007.
Yeah, I can paste it in the thing for her too. Give me a second. So she gets the nomenclature right. I'll post it in here. Hold on. So Amanda, if you need the whatever, all the punctuation in there to get it right, there it is. Let's see. Find case. I don't know why it's taking me so long. I used to have to just hyperlink and it'd jump right to it. There it is. All right. So I've got Adkins versus Fields. And I want to look at history of documents. Give me a minute. I don't know. Oh, I got to hit run query. That's why I was like, why isn't it pulling up? It should be over there. All right. We've got a motion for leave that was filed. Well, hold on. So this must not be, is this current? Because it seems like the latest thing on here is from January 2026. There should be more stuff. So, yeah, the last update I have is a case transfer out on December 31st and then a motion for leave. Hold on. Is this the old? Maybe I got the wrong case. Maybe I got the old case. I think that's the old case. I think the case we need is actually, let me put this in the thing for Amanda too. I think this is the case we're going to look for. I should be, let me go back and look for this one real quick.
Even when I use my VPN, I just get stonewalled.
Yeah. Sorry for the delay here. Let me see if I can get it.
Right.
Find a case. Looking for that case. Bada bing. Right. Now history of documents. Run query. Is that the right? Yes, referral Adkins. Okay, hold on. Okay, this is from today. What got filed today?
Oh.
Correction, deleting a document from the record, but there's no link for it. So yesterday there was something filed. Let's take a look at what this is. Let me make sure this is the right case. There's something that was filed yesterday. That surprises me.
That's on Sunday. Or no, yesterday. No.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Right? Isn't today? No, Monday. So this is Monday. So it would have been Sunday.
Yeah, that's odd.
All right. Do you want to look at it together? Oh shit! I don't have my glasses. Hold on. I'm on a smaller screen because I'm on my laptop screen and sometimes
dump it in the drive. I can bring it up for you.
Okay, let me download it and so you can get it on the drive. Can you zoom into it when it's on a drive?
Yep.
All right, so
I certainly can.
Stand by. I'm not even going to read it yet. So, but it does have Sabrina's name at the top. So it's something filed yesterday. We should look at it together and see what it is.
Yeah.
So that means two different motions, two different things.
All right, so there it is. Now I got to get it to you. I'm going to go to this effing file. And then I'm going to go to this file. You want me to put it in our personal folder that we share?
Yep.
Okay. All right. It's called, I don't know why they name it that. They name all the files I download from this thing show_temp. That's what the file's name is going to be, which means fucking nothing. I usually rename it to something that makes more sense. But I'm going to leave it for now as show_temp. And I'll send that over to the drive here now. Okay, so it's loading. Should be there for you.
There it is. Yep. How good's technology, eh?
Yeah. Let's look at it together, but you may have to read it to me because I can't read it. So unless I go to the car, I can put you on hold and go out to the car and get my fucking glasses.
There's 197 pages.
Oh my God.
And this is the new one that they filed yesterday, right?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
And there's something else filed today, but it doesn't have a link to it yet. So there's something else that got filed today. So what is this?
All right. So this is.
Wait, let's make sure it's the right year. Is it, I did see the March 3rd. Are we on the right year? Or was it like yesterday?
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So the court has considered the many submissions on the Steins deposition. Having reviewed all of the suggested uses and requested redactions or objections, the court approves the version attached to this order as what is to be read at trial.
Stop.
This version in
Stop.
essence.
Stop. So this is the rumor I heard that they were going to, that Mickey Steins was not going to appear in court. They're just going to go with what Mickey Steins already read. So that's what they're saying here. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's not in his professional capacity anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry to interrupt. I like to explain things as we go through and make sure we understand and agree on what it means. Yeah.
This version, in essence, reflects the court's ruling on the contested subject matter. Having reviewed all for relevance, compliance with other in limine rulings and the rules of evidence, the parties shall confer and stipulate on identification of the exhibits Steins is examined about, so that the jury clearly understands the trial documents at issue. Further, the court will instruct the jury on the date of the deposition taken. So yeah, literally someone is going to come out.
Well, scroll back up. Scroll back up. There was a date listed right below that. This is the first. Oh, they're just saying that this is the March 1st. Okay. So yeah, this is from yesterday, which is funny because court wasn't even technically in session probably on a Sunday, but they filed the paperwork.
I don't know how they would have done that.
Well, if you go to the very top, it's got a blue line that probably tells you when it was actually certified. So they could have submitted it on Sunday and then it got approved on. Nope, they actually approved it on Sunday. So I know, working on Sunday, I guess.
It's very odd.
Yeah.
Was there any other motions in there at all?
Yeah, I can look. I'm just excited about this one, although we don't have 186 pages worth of time. But hold on.
No, the rest of it's just Mickey's deposition.
Oh, it's just his deposition. Okay, let me see what else is in here then.
There's supposed to be a motion about Ben's official capacity.
Yeah, that one. I'm glad we're finding it because I wasn't. So so something was filed today that is not linked to. So there's nothing to look at, but something was filed. It's called Notice of Correction, deleting a document from the record. So somebody deleted something and they're certifying that it was properly deleted, is what it sounds like. What we just looked at was them saying,
isn't it?
Yeah. So what we just read, which was filed yesterday, is essentially saying what I'm glad we found it because it was a rumor I heard yesterday that Mickey Steins wasn't going to testify, and that's what that basically says. He's not going to testify, and both sides agreed he doesn't have to. They're just going to read the deposition he already gave. Which, what is that? How do I feel about that? I don't feel great about it. But anyways, and then before that, it was February 27th, which would be probably Friday. And that was an order for a motion to leave. Let's look at that. Now, I don't have it loaded to you yet, but I'm pulling it up on my screen. I'm going to read it real quick because it's only one page and it's very small. It says, although the court gives leave to file a continuance motion. Oh, so this is when they were asking to move it. And this is why I canceled my fucking flights because I heard they were moving it. All right, so listen. Although the court gives leave to file the continuance motion, it denies the request to continue. The case is 4 years old and has been through 2 prior mediations. The court assured the parties trial readiness at pretrial. This case, case will be tried next week on the extended schedule. This is the 27th day. So yeah, everything that I heard in rumor is actually documented. They did attempt to move it. The part that bothers me. Sorry.
Do we have the mediation records, or can you get the mediation records? They said it had been to mediation twice.
Right. I'm sure it's part of the document history. I can look. Hold on. But anyways, what I'm glad. So part of what confuses me, and this is why I canceled my flights, when I was told that it was scheduled for May, the word scheduled is the key thing. If they have a date like May, that suggests to me somebody went as far as looking at the next available date on the calendar and said, well, we can do this again in May, and agreed to it. So I was canceled flights based on that. And then they come through like, oh no, the judge didn't agree to that. And I'm like, well, then how'd they get the date of May? Like,
it was part of the scheduling for the trial. They had a backup date to see if
Shouldn't that document though been filed before the one about Mickey, though?
Yes.
If you heard about it say Friday or Saturday. I mean, if they're filing documents on a Sunday, I'm sure they could have done one on a Saturday, but you would think that the
Well,
guy was kind of backwards in order.
No, to me, the documents are in the order that I heard the rumor. I heard the rumor that they were canceling and moving to May, so I canceled my flights. Then I put the flights back on, came out here, and then I heard, oh, by the way, now they don't want Mickey Steins to testify, and that is the next document after they tried to move it, is Mickey Steins isn't going to testify. So the paperwork's in the same order I heard the rumors, which is
Right,
interesting.
okay.
What is this? Oh, so here's one of the motions for continuance. So this what I'm looking at on screen and you're not seeing is only 3 pages long, but it is where they were basically asking to move it to May 4th. And so it says the parties by and through their respective undersigned counsel jointly move, so they both the defense and the prosecution asked to move the court for an order of continuance. The trial currently is set to begin March 3rd. In support of the parties, the state that given the recent filings of the court upon multiple pretrial motions and the continuing good faith efforts to resolve. So, and what that means is they're trying to settle with Sabrina. They're trying to pay her off. And so good faith efforts have been made on their part to pay her off, is what I like to put this in plain terms. Good faith efforts have been made to pay her off, and they haven't come to an agreement yet. So, good faith. So the court, upon multiple pretrial matters and the continuing good faith of efforts to resolve, that they have believed that a settlement conference before the magistrate judge would be beneficial in resolving all the claims in this matter. So again, this is great because I wasn't sure this was anything more than a rumor. Everything that I was told was a rumor is true. They said, and so let me finish the last sentence. Should May 6, 2026 date remain a viable secondary date, the parties request that the trial begin May 4th, 2026. And the judge rejected that. So Joe Childers, Sabrina's attorney, actually asked, he's the one that signed this document. He said, hey, look, the prosecution and me, the defense, have agreed we would rather wait until May because we anticipate settling. And the judge basically told him to piss off. You waited till the last day and you're not going to disrespect the court. That's how that basically broke down.
Well, they would have sent out all the jury subpoenas and questionnaires and everything. So
Right. So they did indeed try to settle this and move it. All the things that I was like, somebody's got to have this wrong. No, it sounds like they pretty much had it right. The rumors I heard were right. So that's good.
Yeah. So who do you think will be first on the stand?
Wow, good question.
You had a list of the.
So they're gonna establish foundation first. So what they're gonna probably do is they're gonna bring in somebody like a Patty Stockham or they'll probably start before Patty. They'll probably have somebody from the court in the jail come on first to establish that whole thing, and then they'll talk about how the home monitoring system came up, and then Patty might come in to testify how the home monitoring system comes up, and then it will probably move to the allegations of what Ben Fields did and how he operated under that whole thing. So that's the order I think. They're going to start with some foundational stuff. It's going to start with the rules and procedures that the courtrooms go to, and they might have some official from EKCS, the Eastern Kentucky Correctional Solutions, come on first. Something like that.
Heard a little rumor that they were trying to get that settlement removed from proceedings.
A settlement that Sabrina made with them already? Yeah.
There's nothing in the file.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess I'm guessing, and I'm trying to think at what point would we see a Ben Fields or a Sabrina on the stand. It'll probably be
Sabrina's going last.
Yeah, I would say late.
Yeah.
If she takes the stand, she will. I'm sure she'll take the stand.
Yep. And I think her son is on second.
Why is her son testifying? What is it into what he saw and heard with his mother? I mean, what is his role in this whole process?
Sure. I don't know. Maybe it's to go with her loss of income, loss of no idea, to be honest. Maybe
I just noticed, by the way, musically Brain, or music by Brian. Is that what it is? Music by Brian. I just completely slaughtered it the first time I read it. Sorry, my eyesight's not great. Said that their job was occasionally to delete things from the public record, and a lot of times it was just duplicates that they found. So it might have just been a procedural thing on that deletion of record. Like they found something that was in there twice, and it's like, hey, we need to delete this. There's no reason to have this in here twice, and they have to document deletion too. Like this isn't here by accident.
Yeah. I actually did a bit of an analysis on where is it? Now I'm going to find it. I've made a leave this is important folder.
What?
In our drive because I didn't know where to put some shit. And I didn't put it in that one.
You all work with the computers, and my house is papers and notebooks, and I still ain't confident enough with my computer skills.
There it is. It's just my drive is bringing up, not in alphabetical order, it's bringing up last open. So, where is it? Legal argument.
I need to probably go out and get my glasses just because, well, you know what? I think I've got a pair of glasses. I think I was smart enough to pack multiple pairs of glasses. So hold on a second.
I've got a few of varying strength. Because sometimes if I'm sitting at the computer all day, my eyesight changes. Now, there's something important in this that what the fuck? Oops. Now put it that way.
All right, now I've putting my nerdy glasses on, my readers.
I'm going to have to bring it up in a different setting because that didn't save correctly. I have to open the database. Un momento, per favore. I love this database. It is so handy. It's what what are they called? The people that help the lawyers in courts. What are they called? The
Court stenographer?
no,
Court reporter? Clerk?
no. They deliberately beside the attorney doing the background work. What are they called?
Paralegals?
Yes. This is what they use, and that's how the attorney can say, okay, well, this time, you said in your last statement that blah 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 blah, and quote it to the point. And that's the type of database that I've got. It analyzes all legal stuff, so you can put in whichever law or legislation that you're referring to, which county, and it knows it can bring it up and assess it against what you're looking at. So basically, I put Sabrina's deposition into it and then put it against the Kentucky legislation regarding the position of authority and sexual assault legislation. And it gave me a report on how strong or what points could be the best way to represent that argument. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Just got to where I put it. My next job was going to be putting in Ben's interview done the 2 weeks after the charges, and then his actual deposition, and compare them to see if they actually differ, which is very handy. And I've uploaded so many things in here.
Yeah, it's easy to get buried in document overload.
Oh, okay, here it is. So, right up to the top, Jody, right up. All right. So, factual foundation from the deposition. Based on the full 269 deposition from Sabrina, the core facts are that Ben Fields, a sworn deputy sheriff with Fletcher County Sheriff's Department, was assigned as Atkins' home incarceration officer. Fields was always in uniform. The same evening of Adkins' release, Fields visited her and brought her cigarettes, blah, blah, blah. Fields removed Adkins' ankle bracelet and met her 6 times after hours in Judge Mullen's private chambers. When the relationship was reported, Fields retaliated by filing an escape warrant against Adkins, leading to her arrest on the 26th of January. So the rape because it's rape in the 3rd degree, it's a Class D felony, like 3rd degree.
Yeah.
So this is the strongest Kentucky criminal statute that was amended in 2021, and it was specifically amended to address the peace officer sexual abuse side of things. So their definition is a person is guilty of rape in the 3rd degree when, being a peace officer whilst serving in his or her official capacity, he or she subjects a person who the officer A, arrested, held in custody, or investigated for a commission of a traffic or criminal offence, or 2, knew or should have known that they were under arrest, held in custody, or being investigated, subjected to sexual intercourse. So he meets that criteria.
Yeah.
100%. Where is it? So the consent is legally irrelevant under Kentucky RS 510.060. The offence is complete upon the peace officer engaging in sexual intercourse with the person in custody. The legislature removed the consent element for custodial sexual abuse by peace officers precisely because of the inherent power imbalance. Now, the penalty of the Class D felony is 1 to 5 years. He actually got 7 years imprisonment. That was his sentence. And he
I thought it was 6, but yeah, it was 7. It was 7. Yeah.
Yeah.
He served 6 months.
Yeah.
Is where you get the 6 from.
Yep.
Well, I thought it was both. I thought he had 6 years and he only served 6 months of it, but maybe it was 7 years. So yeah.
And that
yeah.
That's not the that's 1 to 5 years. So the other count of sodomy had a 1 to 5 year sentence as well.
Yeah.
At the misdemeanor of ankle bracelets, the sexual abuse in the 2nd degree, that had 12 months. And then there was the official misconduct that had, what does it say? So look, it could have been.
They could have run the 12-month concurrent with the 5-year one and gave him 6 total years, or they stacked him a little bit. I don't know.
5 for the Class D, 5 for the sodomy, 12 for. So there's 11 years potentially without even going through the misconduct that hasn't got a.
Yeah, that's what I had added was 11.
An individual. This is why it's important about his individual capacity. So the individual capacity claim against Fields under the 14th Amendment of the due process violation. So the argument is a peace officer who engages in sexual conduct with a person under his custodial supervision violates the victim's substantive due process rights under the 14th Amendment. No consent defence in custodial setting. So the 6th Circuit and other federal circuits have consistently held that a person in custody cannot meaningfully consent to sexual activity with their custodian, because I believe this is going to be one of the things that they focus on, trying to discredit her, but he clearly knew that she was incarcerated and in custody. So it constitutes sufficient custodial control. And the shocks the conscience standard is met. I'd never heard of that, but there is a shock the conscience standard. There's also an eggshell. It's a bit later on, but there is another thing that there's all different aspects to this consent level that is there to prove that point. Do you know what I mean? At the end of the day, the law is the law. There is no grey area in there. Consent is not an issue, but apparently they can bring that up as an argument.
And I told Jody Lee the trial itself, everything involved with Ben. Let's just say that he had served his 6 months and was out before people even knew what was going on. It was a total hush hush thing, He was already out by the time.
Right. And wasn't Wasn't the deposition that we read that while he was incarcerated in that whole 6 months that he would get to eat pizza with the guards and go out and pick up the pizza when it gets delivered and got special treatment as a trusted inmate?
He
And
got
the question, what made you trusted? Because you were like over them at some point.
they said he was a good, he had good character and all this
Right.
stuff. He made trustee, which at that point, you know, you got special privileges there at the jail. So, and usually it takes the inmate quite some time to build up to get that. 6 months basically, but you know, he got in right away. They also cleaned out a closet like room that they had. They cleaned it out and made it a cell just for him. He had an actual mattress, a large screen TV, and visits with his wife.
An actual mattress.
Yeah. How did you get that information, by the way?
My youngin worked there.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
When it was going on.
kind of some inside eyes on the situation.
Remember the very first interview that Brian Enton did with Tyre? There was another person that was interviewed directly after her that was one of the correction officers. Yeah, is that right, Brandy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Brandy's daughter in that interview.
The one with Brian Enton, yeah.
Where she was on the front veranda. Did you see that interview, Lee, or not?
No.
No. Oh, that was the very first interview done. She was the first one to come forward.
Well,
so.
I saw an interview on a porch step. Was that the one? Yeah, okay, yes, I saw that. Yeah.
Yep. Well, there was another woman that was involved in the interview, like sitting at a kitchen table.
Yeah.
Straight after that.
I don't think I saw that one, the kitchen table one. I saw the one. I saw the one on the porch steps.
Yeah, she worked there during the time he was an inmate there. So
Ben was. She worked at the jail whilst Ben was in jail.
Yes, while he was there. Yes.
And don't you think it's a conflict of interest that he was actually allowed to stay there? Don't you think?
I mean,
like I said, the trial was such a secret, nobody could complain because nobody knew, you know, technically, you know, like it wasn't on the front page of the paper. It wasn't anything that people knew about until it was already done and over with. And then, you know, then what happened with the judge and Mickey happened. And then it was like, well, when did Ben go to jail? You know, nobody had even knew what was really going on. So nobody could complain or point these things out at that time. You know, there wasn't a lot of eyes on it at all. It was kind of just done.
Have any of you called any of the local media around London, Kentucky to see if they're sending reporters to the scene or whether they're going to cover it?
There's one news station, it's WYMT, and I could probably figure out a way to contact them and that.
Now, when you say is that one that said they're going to come, or you're just saying there's only one that serves that area?
One that serves the area.
Gotcha.
Tyre said that she was going to contact the documentary people as well and let them know. I don't know whether she has.
Yeah, I believe, yes, she has contacted them. So I do know that. But now I do believe one of those are planning on being there, but I don't know for sure yet if they will. I don't know. They've kind of been a little odd with stuff. So I don't know.
Have they? Okay.
Do you know when that production is going to be finished at all, Brandy? Or
they said April. I think they were wanting to try to get through this trial, was the way I understood it.
Are they going to follow this trial? Are they?
I mean, I don't want to push. I'm not assertive, but it would be a shame if there's a documentary being made and they're going to be at the same trial with me and we don't talk. That would be a shame for me to have have been that close to somebody making a documentary. I'm like, oh, you were there? Yeah, I was there. Were you there? I was there.
I'll send you the information.
Okay.
Are you planning on heading over there tomorrow, Brandy, or?
That's my plan. I am definitely planning. I already talked to the kids and stuff, and so I'm going to try.
You know what
You
time
know
you're going to
what
be?
they
What
look
time
like.
you're going to be there?
I was going to try to be there around 8 to kind of just
Okay.
park in, and where I'm kind of using that Willy Cherry thingy. I'm, kind of with parking, wanting to see, kind of scope things out.
I didn't see the official court parking. Like I didn't see a court parking lot that would hold enough cars. So if the parking lot I saw, which was actually the county parking lot, which is across the street from the federal, so I wasn't even paying attention to the federal building when I was there, like a dumbass. But certainly the county parking lot had like maybe 20 spots available. So by the time you factor in attorneys and judges, if that's where they park, then you got no parking left.
Right.
Wow, that was weird. Talk again, Lee.
What's that?
Yeah, your sound went out for a second.
As soon as I put that message
Cat
on
Farm?
screen, the sound went down and then it came back up again.
Welcome, Cat Farm. Good to see Cat Farm. She's one of our people as well. So good to see Cat Farm. Adina Sites, another one of ours that I've seen some of our people come in here and I haven't even said hi like a jerk.
So one of the, where is it?
Yeah, I'd like to know who's making. So if you guys know, and I don't want to push myself where I don't belong, but if you guys know who's making the documentary or who the filmmaker is or whatever, I'd like to reach out to them because again, it would be a missed opportunity if we're this close to each other. If they, like what I'm saying is like later on down the road, if I have any major part of the trial that they missed talking to me or vice versa, it would be kind of a shame. So like, I'd like to know who they are so we can at least have the opportunity to say, hey, we're both covering this.
That's why I
I
asked if
talked to them,
identify them.
I talk to them, or I'm kind of like I said, the historian, group historian or whatever. But Ty's usually the one that communicates. But that's why I didn't think of it later. I would have.
Yeah.
I'm glad you all said that because my mind was just blank on it. So
Yeah.
I'll get that to you, and then I'll let them know that I gave it to you, so they'll know.
Yeah, and if they're, I don't know what their documentary is about, but I'd be willing to do an interview with them for a segment for their documentary if they think that it relates. I mean, they can at least ask what I've done and if they don't even know who I am, maybe they don't know what I've done in the case, and maybe they'll be interested. I don't know.
The way I'm taking it is they're going with the angle of the. It's about the case, but they're more like you all wanting the reasons why out there,
Right.
Yeah. So I mean that it would be a good match for you to talk with them. So yes, definitely, I'll get you that information.
Okay, yeah, I'd appreciate that because I don't. Yeah, I would hate to miss an opportunity being all the way over here and just missed an opportunity.
You know them when you saw them at the courthouse, though, wouldn't you, Brandy? Because they've interviewed you, yeah.
Oh yeah, I would know them. They know me, yeah.
So you can point them out.
Did the people you talked to before were they the reporters or were they? I mean, were they production team or were they actual people doing like the interview that would be on?
They were an actual come in, set up lights.
Okay, yeah.
The
whole shebang.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It might be interesting too. I mean, Court TV was out there for those 3 days. They might be waiting for this trial to release their documentation, and their interviews.
Yeah, they still have interviews that they haven't turned loose yet. So
they're waiting for the opportunity to hit with it. Yeah. And see, that's something that we don't have the luxury to do. Like we haven't been in the business long enough, so we don't know about holding things for the opportune moment. So they've got footage in the can that they're waiting for. Of course, they take a risk because they could be old news by the time that they decide to release their footage.
So
they'll just do the whole never seen before footage. We've got this.
Yes. You just never know. Like we could have.
I think that they were more along the lines they wanted to extend it to where it was more like episode, like it would. It's not just one
more story. Yeah, they want more story.
Yeah, definitely. So,
well, apparently the main defence that they think is going to be brought up will be the qualified immunity.
Yeah, for Ben, right? Mm-hmm.
What's that? I hate. I don't want to.
Qualified immunity is basically It's basically saying like certain people are unsuable. So like if a police
Oh,
officer
okay.
shoots somebody in the line of duty, then he's got qualified immunity. He doesn't get treated like a normal citizen for shooting somebody. They're like, well, he's immune. He's a police officer. Sometimes he's gonna have to shoot people. So they have, and that's kind of what it means. It's like immunity from certain types of charges because of your role. So they're trying
But
to say that, yeah,
but
I've got-
doesn't his role actually what makes this a crime?
correct. Yes. Yeah.
Right. So it's
Right.
kind of a double-edged sword.
Right.
The
Yeah.
reason I like this argument to argue that is that there's clearly established law. By 2021, it was clearly established in the Sixth Circuit that a custodial officer who engages in sexual contact with a person under their supervision violates the Constitution. The obvious clarity exception, where even without a factually identical case, no reasonable officer could believe that having sex with a person under their custodial supervision was constitutionally permissible. And the third one is Kentucky's 2021 legislative amendment, adding peace officers to the rape and sodomy statutes further confirms that was clearly established, and the legislator was codifying what was already constitutionally obvious. So,
and that's why this is such a big deal at this point, because this isn't just criminal law. This is a
No.
U.S. Constitution
Yeah.
violation. So if somebody's constitutional rights have been violated, it's a much bigger deal than just breaking a law. So
now there was the supervisory liability of Mickey. So the argument is that he was liable.
yeah, that's the
Right.
weakest. That's the weakest part of their argument.
Yeah.
That's because what they're going to try to say was that. So part of what they're trying to say is they're trying to say that Mickey Steins fostered an environment which it was okay for guys to treat women like this. That he ran a department where they kind of all sexualized women and they made jokes that were inappropriate. And if you saw some of those text messages, some of those jokes are pretty
They're
dark humor.
raunchy. Yeah.
Right. And so they're going to try to argue that if that's the sheriff and this guy works for the sheriff, then that whole culture was
Right.
encouraging people to mistreat people. So, but it's going to be hard for them to do that.
He made a comment to the Whitesburg Mountain Eagle that the sheriff's department provided no oversight or training related to defendant Field's home incarceration responsibilities. So he's plausible deniability.
Right, and so let's talk about that for a second, because here's the thing. His role, Ben Field's role of the home incarceration, wasn't technically a sheriff's department issue. In fact, part of the problem that they have is he was kind of double dipping. He worked for the sheriff's department as a sworn deputy, but he also had a side job working for Eastern Kentucky Correctional Solutions, and they were supposed to fill out paperwork that said everybody needs to know that, oh, I'm getting a phone call from Kentucky. I better take this. I don't know who it is, so I'm going to mute you.
No worries.
We're not muted.
Hang on, I'll mute him.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh yes, absolutely. Let me get my shoes and I'll come right out.
Right. So what was I going to say? I've forgotten now.
Trying to track.
Yeah, what were we talking about? Qualified immunity.
Yeah, qualified immunity.
I'll be right back. I got to step out for a second.
No problem.
Like where I was saying that, Lee was saying because he was an officer, where he was an officer, he has qualified immunity. But because he was an officer is what made him guilty also. Is what we were kind of, talking about
right.
how.
Was it you that was telling me that Patty Stockholm owns the
East Kentucky? Yes, I've been sitting here trying to find the article that I read about her. But
was that in the Mountain Eagle?
Huh?
Was that in the Mountain Eagle?
I don't think it was in the Mountain Eagle. I think it was in a paper somewhere down, because she's from down towards where I'm at, down this way.
The deposition?
It might be.
I've got her deposition. Let me have a look, see.
Because she has a deposition too, don't she?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to look at right now.
Because that's kind of important to her role in things,
her deposition on
Because
here.
there had to be some insight of hers of how he was acting weird, or there was time money wasn't right, or there was clients not doing what they would. You know what I'm saying? There had to be some kind of, she had to have some kind of ideal something was wrong.
She had to balance the books. How
Right.
else do you balance the books? Like,
And it's your business. It's
yes.
It's a private. It's not a nonprofit. It's for profit. It's her business. So and he's having contact with her personally. That's why oh my gosh, that text message just made me so angry because of how hard our family suffered to pay that just to keep our family member out of that hellhole. And
there was options out there.
There was options. We didn't have to do that. We didn't have to, decide between food and keeping him home, Oh, it's just crazy. Crazy.
All right. So what have we got? So it's a deposition of Patty Stockham on July 11th, 2024. Present is attorney Bethany Baxter, Patty Stockham. That's it, I think. No, there should be someone else, surely. All right, I'll just have to read it. It's not long.
I'm back.
All right, cool. There was a question I was going to ask you about. Did you know that Patty Stockham was actually the owner of the ankle monitor?
I kind of got that impression, anyways, when he said that the only person he's ever had contact at the company was her. I figured she probably owned it.
And they actually employed a private for-profit organization to run that ankle monitoring system when there was state-provided ankle monitoring programs available.
Oh wow! Did I just realize? Did you heard me? I've been using the wrong microphone this whole time. Huh. Okay.
Yeah, we
Wow.
don't praise it all.
Yeah, I got a much better microphone, but you haven't been hearing it because I've been using apparently the laptop microphone instead of the fancy mic I have. I just realized, like, why is my mic muted and you still heard me? Oh well.
Yeah, I muted it from this end because I could still hear you when you muted it.
That explains a few things. Sorry about that. I hope you
No,
didn't hear my personal call too much.
Yeah, no, that's why I did it.
Yeah.
I've actually got her deposition here. I don't think it's particularly long. If you want me to.
Because I told Jody with her, there had to be some foresight, or she had to know something was not right with as many complaints and, as many weird things going on. She had to have some idea, hey, this, my employee has gone, he's gone AWOL, he's crazy. We need to check on this. So I just wondered, like, what her her defense was. Maybe
I think I just switched over to the other microphone.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Better? Okay.
Yeah.
I did switch over to the okay. So yeah, in the future when I mute myself and I don't think I mute myself, how embarrassing could that have been? Let me enumerate the ways that could have gone wrong.
Absolutely. Oh dear. So do you want me to just quickly run through her depot?
Patty Stockham's?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
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 Do you want it up on screen so you can see it, or?
It's up to you. Yeah.
It's hang on. It's a shitty file format, but it's okay. I can do it.
Put your back into it.
All right. So she's there with Bethany Baxter, who's representing Sabrina, and where is it? Janet Stumbo, who's co-counsel with Mr. Paul's office, and that's it. So, and Patty's there. It's 11th of July, 2024. So they introduce themselves. All right, what's your full name? Okay. Attorney Baxter, we are here to talk about Eastern Kentucky Correctional Services. Were you married to Mr. Greer at the time that company was founded? Patty says, founded? Yes. Baxter says, and I guess just help me understand why you and Mr. Greer, how you came to start that company and what the company started to do, what kind of services it was meant to provide. Patty says, I don't know why he started it. Attorney Baxter, what did you understand that company to do? Patty says, it was a house arrest program. Baxter says, saw that in 1998, the registered agent for EKCS was changed from Stanley Wilkins to you. Do you recall that? Patty Stockholm says, I don't recall that. Baxter says, did you start to take a more active role in the company in the 90s? Patty said, no, I covered some of the counties, I think, in the 90s. Baxter said, explain to me what you mean by that. Stockholm says, okay, I would go to Floyd County, Knott County, Letcher County, and I would hook them up on home incarceration if the judge had anyone to go on a home incarceration. Baxter says, at some point you became president of EKCS. And she says, yes. Baxter says, would it have been after your husband passed away or before? And she said it was before. And Baxter says, and why was it that you became president? She said, my husband had leukemia. Baxter says, did EKCS have any kind of general commercial liability insurance? Oh, she says, no. Really?
I'm telling you, this is a very
Yeah, it's a little backwater type home
Yep.
system. Yeah.
yes,
That's mandatory
yes,
here.
yes, yes.
So Baxter says, has EKCS ever had a TGL policy? What's that?
Mm.
What's a TGL? Is that
I don't know.
Wait, hang on. Let me look real quick. See.
Stockholm says, explain that. Baxter says, or just any kind of policy.
Group?
Stockholm, no.
Any-
No insurance policies whatsoever. Baxter says, does EKCS own and any real estate property? Stockholm says, no. Baxter says, what is the office or where is your office now? And she says, in South Shore. And do you run it out of your home? And she says, I have an office that is not attached to my home. Baxter says, but I guess it's on the same parcel of property as your home. And Patty says, yeah.
Which means it's a building out back.
Right.
Just
Right.
a little building out back.
Right.
Yeah.
Baxter says, at Ben Fields, he was recommended to you by Mickey Steins, correct? And Patty says, yes. Baxter says, why did you require them to do that? Referring to forming an LLC for contractors. Stockholm says, I talked to my CPA and he said that it would be best to do that.
Oh, tax-wise. Okay, I see.
Okay, do you know when you started having that requirement for independent contractors? Stockholm says, after Ben's problem. Ben's problem.
We're just going to call it a problem.
Yeah. Baxter says, by Ben's problems, you mean the problems that are at issue in this lawsuit? And Patty says, uh-huh. Baxter, is there any kind of document that exists that would have put Ben Fields on notice of what his duties and responsibilities were as an independent contractor for EKCS? She said, no enterprise bargaining agreement, no nothing, employment contracts. Baxter said, how would he have come understand what his duties were and what his responsibilities were as an EKCS independent contractor? And she said, because Mickey Steins trained him.
Which took all responsibility off of her shoulders by having him as an individual contractor.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's like is that like a casual employee where you don't have to pay them sick leave or annual leave?
So the gist, from what I understand, the gist of what all of this is it's a fact-finding mission to find out who has the money. So what they're determining right now is Patty Stockham and her little home ankle monitoring system doesn't have any money to go after, and so the problem becomes is as I understand it, is if the defense, for example, argues, well, this is just a Patty Stockham's problem. If she had proper training procedures in place, this wouldn't have happened. But her
Right.
company is a one-person operation with no money. She'll just close the LLC. It'll be a
Yeah.
paperwork thing, and she'll open up tomorrow in a different LLC and be perfectly fine. And that company's out of business, but they'll just be called something tomorrow different, and that'll be it. That'd be like that worst-case scenario, right? They'll be like, well, look, the person you have to sue is this little tiny one-man operation or one-woman operation. There's no money in it, so you bankrupted them, yay! And she'll open up tomorrow with a different name and keep doing what she's doing.
But then by forcing Ben to have an LLC and be an independent contractor, though, takes liability off of her company.
Right.
And the liability would then fall upon whatever LLC Ben has, you know.
So
Yeah.
Or his.
you've got an LLC. What are the legal requirements for that? Do they have to have public liability insurance? Do they have to have?
No.
No. It's like basically it's a home business. It's the same thing like we have with our little shop. You know, it's a LLC. It's a business. You know, it's just a tax number. Is all LLC means, is that you have an independent tax number.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the licensing and the insurance is not driven by the company type. That's driven by the business they're into. So if the business that they're into requires them to be bonded or assured or insured or whatever, that has nothing to do with the formation of the company. So the company is just like you were saying, it's just a tax number. It's just for tax purposes. But then they still have to follow all the rules and regulations and procedures that the state governs. That a company that does this type of work must also have insurance and must also have that, but that wouldn't fall into their business. It's just
I don't know how they could get away with not having public liability, because that, to me, apparently it covers you for any potential injury.
Right. Well,
and they could get all sorts of injuries from an ankle monitor, whether it be too tight, too caught on something.
Jody, you got to think it's a small company that she started kind of. You know, maybe she didn't think about that herself. You know what I mean?
Right.
So their knowledge of how to run it, you know, if she doesn't know what she's really doing, they're not going to really know what they're doing. They're just going to make it up kind of as it goes. And
correct.
You know, I think it might be more establishing the actual scope of authority that Ben had over the running of this program as well.
Well, again, and again, what ultimately what their goal is to figure out who is going to be sued that actually makes a difference. Because again, what's going to happen is someplace like the sheriff's department is going to say, well, this isn't our problem, even though we might have money for you to go after. It's not our problem because this was a side job Ben did, and while he might have been employed with us, he wasn't authorized to do that, and he did that on his own. So go after somebody else. And they go, okay, well then who would go after it? Well, maybe you go after the ankle monitoring program. Well, that's a small company that doesn't have any money. So what are you going to do there? So they're looking for who can be sued and who had the responsibility.
Well, that the ankle monitor company have already settled with Sabrina.
Yeah.
And it's my belief that they're trying to not allow that information to come in either.
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly. All right. So Mickey Stein's trained him. Okay. So Baxter says, what kind of training did they get as far as sort of record keeping and documenting their work with these persons on home incarcerations? And Patty says the only thing they did was do the application, explain the rules to them and what their duties were. Baxter says, and who dictates what those rules are? And she said, I do. Baxter says, not the court system. It's not judged by what the court order says. If someone goes on home incarceration and they say they can only go to the doctor and to court or to see their attorney, whatever, it's on the court order, that is what they get to do. Baxter says, where did the independent contractors working for EKCS, were the independent contractors working for you, where did the independent contractors working for you keep their files? Patty says, I don't know. Baxter says, give them any sort of direction or training on how or where to keep files on these home incarcerations?
No.
They kept the files until they went off, and whenever they got a stack, I don't know what they did with them. Really? Just destroy him. Oh, okay. Baxter. Did the EKCS provide any training to these independent contractors on sexual harassment or sexual assault? No. Tony Baxter, any sort of generalized training about how to properly interact with or behave towards these folks on home incarceration? No. Any policies about supervising family members? No.
Yep.
Were you aware of the fact that any of these independent contractors were supervising family members? No. What about any kind of policy regarding supervising someone with whom your independent contractor was having a romantic relationship? No.
No, of course not.
P, are you referring to Ben Field specifically? Patty says yes. Baxter says you have since come to learn that Sabrina Adkins was not taken off home incarceration on August 2nd, 2021, correct? She said, I did, yes. Baxter says, when did you find that out? She says, when I went to pick up the equipment after Ben, when I fired him. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Went to pick up the equipment. Huh?
Yeah, Mickey fired him too. He had, in Mickey's, I think, deposition, he talks about having to take him the letter, like he walked out to the parking lot.
Yeah,
and handed him his letter. Yeah.
So was that when just after Sabrina filed her?
I believe it was after Judge Kraft and the drug court guy, Robbie Kinzer, had went over and apologized to Mickey for not informing him what was going on,
Yep.
and then Mickey had asked for help, and the KSP told him, pretty much, no. So he fired him, or, I believe at that time he fired him, but,
That wasn't long after the allegations were made.
Yeah.
Yep. So what was he doing for employment after that?
Nothing. His wife worked. I guess same thing they were doing now. I don't know of him having another job
Do
after
we know
all
what
this.
he's doing now?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he's doing anything that I know of. I mean,
he's letting Angie do all the work.
Yeah.
All right. So when did you find that out? She says, I went to pick up the equipment after Ben, when I fired him. I went to pick up the equipment. First, I didn't believe it, okay, because I thought if they take that transmitter off, I'm going to know about it. But when I went to get the equipment, there was a transmitter missing. 1773 was the last 4 digits, I think. And when I talked to the investigator, he said, I know where your transmitter is. I have it.
Yep.
Tony Baxter says, was that because Sabrina Adkins had it? Patty said, uh-huh. Tony Baxter, were you aware that Ben Fields was communicating with Sabrina Adkins on Facebook Messenger and Snapchat? She said, no. Baxter, had you have known that, would you have condoned your contractor's communication? Patty said, I would not have condoned it. Baxter says, why not? She says, it's because it doesn't look right, for one thing, and if you are friends with them on Facebook and you are text message back and forth, no. Baxter said, so if you were sending it to Ben Fields to show that this person had violated home incarceration and where they were, what did you expect him to do with this information? Patty says, show the judge and see if he wants a warrant taken. Baxter, did you ever receive any complaints about Ben Fields when he was working for EKCS? Stockwell says, never. Baxter says, home incarceration ever complained to you about Ben Fields? She says, no. You didn't even think to check the court records or follow up on any of that? She said, no, because I trusted him. Baxter, did anyone come forward to you and tell you that they were having similar experiences with Ben? She said, no. Baxter says, once Mrs. Hensley started working for EKCS, did she ever notify you that anybody else had reported to her having similar issues with Ben Fields? Patty says, no. Baxter says, so at the time you became president, were there any other employees working with EKCS? Said Mickey Steins. Baxter says, okay. And when you hired Mickey Steins, what was his job title and duties? Stockholm says he was a representative for home incarceration for EKCS Incorporated. Baxter. He worked for EKES for around 20 years. Yes.
Yeah, it was a long time.
Baxter. And I think that he quit working for EKCS around 2020 or 2021. Is that correct? 2019. Okay. So does that mean he started working for EKCS around 1999 to the best of your recollection? Yes, to the best of my recollection. Baxter. Why did he stop being employed with EKCS? Because he ran for sheriff. I guess I want to clarify one thing. I thought I understood from your discovery responses that Mr. Steins was not an employee, but an independent contractor. Baxter says, Stockholm says yes. Baxter, so was he ever an employee? She said no.
Right.
So he was double dipping too, because he was doing the exact same thing as Ben. He was employed by the Sheriff's Department and this company as an independent contractor. So, 20 years, a lot of government money.
Yeah.
All right. So when Mickey Steins was working as an independent contractor for you, did he ever receive any complaints about him? No. No complaints from people on home incarceration. No. Baxter. Did he obtain any records from you that escaped? I don't recall. Baxter. Mickey Steins apologised to you, didn't he? Stockholm says 1 million times. So what did he say when he apologised? Stockholm said, he just said, Patty, I'm so sorry. I just would have never thought that of him. That nobody thought of him. That even the judges and everybody is just shocked. He apologised so much that I told him that I was going to get mad if he didn't quit. Is that consciousness of guilt, maybe?
Well, I have to say, like, this is painting a picture to me that is consistent with the rumors that I hear from people, which is that Mickey Steins didn't run this operation this way. Because that was one of the questions. Like, I said, did Mickey Steins teach Ben the ropes on how to pull this off? But you have to now ask yourself, if Mickey Steins had been doing that role for 20 years and nobody has complained about Mickey Steins, and Mickey Steins is apologizing to Patty going, I had no idea that shit was going to happen. You have to think that maybe Mickey Steins wasn't doing what Ben Fields was
Perhaps
doing.
he wasn't doing sexual stuff, but he may have been benefiting financially.
I can say for a fact that he didn't with us, because he was the one that was over it with my son, and he was always respectful. I mean, just normal Mickey, friendly, but not anything,
He wasn't a pervert, but he certainly had financial interests. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
And hello, Kaya.
Hello. I'm sorry that I'm behind and late. I can still barely speak, but I'm here.
You feeling any better, darling?
A little bit. A little bit. I'm doing a little better.
By the way, I told you I had a live show coming up tonight, and good to see you again, Taya, by the way. I have a live show. I have a live show coming on tonight, and I got to do a little bit of shopping for the room and stuff like that for the week that I'm staying here for the trial. So I'm going to probably need to ditch out pretty quickly here and get some stuff done so I can get my show together for tonight. But,
yep. No worries.
I'm looking forward to it.
yeah, hopefully we'll. I don't know if are you going to the trial itself or not?
I don't know. I was planning on trying to be there, but my health is not good right now.
Okay, I was gonna say I'll see you there, but maybe I won't.
Yeah,
see you.
transportation if I can get there.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I can let you know something more tonight, this evening, probably.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna ditch out for now. I really appreciate you guys having me on the show. I will try to keep you updated. I am on my Discord channel. I've got a channel where I'm kind of tweeting about what's going on here. I also have some member only videos because I think so I got some stuff that's more sensitive that I keep on the member only section because I don't want to put it out on the main flow. But anyways,
your Discord channel, and I will.
Yeah. Let me send a link to the Discord channel.
Just email it to me.
Okay, sounds good.
I don't know if you can put it in chat, can you?
I don't know. Yeah, you're probably right. They probably block links to other things. Yeah.
I can wrench you.
Yeah. All
But
right.
you need- Okay.
I'm gonna take off for now. You guys, thanks for telling your stories and helping me be part of this. I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing some kind of justice come out. But I'm a pessimist pessimistic. So I'm hoping for the best, but I'm expecting not so good because I'm a pessimist by nature. But I'm going to be rooting.
I tell everybody I'm just a realist. I'm just a
Right.
realist. You know.
Yeah.
Hope
Yeah.
for the best and prep for the worst.
Yeah.
We're going to
All
do
right.
a party type of thing. Are you able to check in the morning when you hit the courthouse and say hi? Or
Yeah, sounds good.
sweet.
All right. Take it easy.
Have a good one. Alrighty. There's not actually much to finish on this, so
I know, but does that explain how you see what I'm saying? I mean, basically she's got a business in the backyard. You know, and
that whole, turn a blind eye type of attitude.
people's lives riding on things, and oh well, we didn't know, we didn't know.
Yeah. Or didn't want to know.
Right. With all those questions that was asked,
I think that's the bigger one is I didn't want to know.
Yeah. I mean, she may have been getting the kickbacks of all the cash that Ben was getting. Who knows?
Oh, I'm sure she made a pretty dime off of what was going on.
She had to balance those books, so there had to be some knowledge.
Yeah.
Especially when you've got no income on some people and others.
And Lee did make a very good point. If Mickey did that job for 20 years, that says something.
Right.
And not one sexual complaint.
Right. He never had complaints like that I know of from anybody.
No one has come forward and said anything about.
No, and I ask some of these girls specifically.
Yeah.
Because it's important. Was this happening with him before? Like, have you ever had any run-ins with him and stuff? And they all said no. Even the ones that had beef with Mickey for other shit, like, whatever the other shit may be. There's a lot of different instances. But even those ones that had problems with him over something else still stood up and said, no, he's not a pervert like that. And he never took advantage of us when he was over us on house arrest. That goes a long way. That goes a long way for me to have them say that. You know what I mean? And
the problem is that he had full control over what was being charged. So not everyone knew what each one was being charged. And we found out now that the jail could have actually covered those fucking costs, and there were options for payments outside of that.
They never told us. Told us.
Nope.
You mean you didn't have to pay for your own house arrest to begin with?
Yes, that's what I told Jody. How many times?
I thought that's what that meant. What was it we was reading that on?
That opioid crisis stuff.
Maybe it was the opioid stuff. I don't know what it was. I just saw something a few days ago. Maybe it'll come to me in a second.
Yeah.
It might have been over the opioid crisis because that's what I've been looking. That's what I've been researching lately.
Well, apparently,
but it's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Whether or not they charge indigent people or not. Yeah.
Like, you remember back in the old days, people would go and get in trouble, and the judge would give them like if you had to work or something, and you had to be on house arrest and didn't have a license, they would issue a hardship license so you could drive to work.
Yes.
And that you didn't have to pay for that. But these programs used to work differently from what I remember, like growing up when my dad was, on probation and in and out of jails and stuff.
The ankle monitor, they cut out their profit.
Right. Then they discovered that.
Not rocket science. Money talks.
Yeah.
Money talks, and hopefully Fields doesn't walks. That was bad.
Well, I mean, at this point, he's not going to serve any more time. He's not going to, there's nothing else they're going to do to him. At this point, this is more financial. You know what I mean? And if Yeah, if he's unemployed, you know, or can't be employed, or I don't know what his circumstances are, but you know, it's like at this point, you know, man, just be straight up. Just be, you know,
You could at least do
I
the
don't
right
know.
thing now.
I don't know. Do the right thing is what I guess I'm trying. Yeah, you're right, Todd. That's what I was trying to. I couldn't. My brain couldn't get those words, but
Lie straight in bed.
we know that's not going to happen. You know,
Oh, he couldn't lie straight.
because you know he would definitely get ran out of town. You know.
Todd, do you know what he's doing now? Like, is he at home? Is he employed? What the?
I have no idea.
No.
No
I
idea.
don't hear about him.
No, I've not heard nothing about him. Not even like through the
grapevine.
grapevine for a while. It's been pretty quiet.
He's dropped off the face of the earth, has he?
Yeah. Well, a lot of people have.
That's what
Yeah.
happens. They
When
think if
mentioning
they
that,
get in the corner and stay quiet for a little while, everything goes.
then it'll go away
well.
or we'll shut up.
It goes away. Yeah. No, there's still a few of us.
They're still probably trying to figure out, like, they're still probably foundering from that newspaper article blowing up in their face, too. So,
Yeah.
Which one?
the big smear campaign they tried.
Okay.
The one where they tried to get Randy and Ty.
I said there's probably
Sarah sent me a
embarrassed to fucking
message.
show their faces after that.
Listen, I didn't say anything because Lee was talking, but Sarah sent me a message and she's like, she said somebody was using that article again. And I knew they had on the Mountain Eagle, but I don't know if she's talking about them or somebody else. And I thought, well, okay.
What do you mean using that article again?
Ask her to send it to us so we can see what.
See what it is. We were told not to be involved in any way, which not me, but Sarah, until the custody stuff's done. And so we have, you know, she's had to stay out of it pretty much. And so every time she gets, you know, pulled back in, it's, you know, act like it's her fault in some way, but, you know.
Hello, Trump said. I was just looking back in the comments.
Oh, I'm
trying to go back and catch myself up a little bit. How long have y'all been on here?
Almost 4 hours.
So I slept the whole day away. In my defense, though, it's the first time I've actually been asleep in a long time. I've just been laying here breathing, being a mouth breather
Oh man,
for hours on end, running fever. So I actually fell asleep. We got up and went to Tractor Supply this morning because Dusto heard that they got new chickens in, little baby chickens. And it's usually like it's a first come, first serve. So the best breeds and the ones that he likes the best are always the ones that get sold out first. So we got up early this morning and went as soon as they opened. And I felt so bad that I couldn't even get coffee. And that's the highlight of my Tractor Supply trip is good coffee. So, I didn't even get to get good coffee or anything. And he was like, "Are you sure you don't want to stop?" And I said, "No, let's just take us home. Let's take me home." So we got that, got them set up and everything. And they're healthy and doing good. And we had 4 new ones hatched from the incubator this morning. So my living room's full of chickens again. And at least I rested. I got some sleep. So
the other day
should be doing a little better as of tomorrow, I hope. This weather dries up, I'll be okay, I think.
You know, the other day when we did that big 7-hour thing and then we planned to come back and I cracked it. I stood up from my chair and I started to get cramps in my hamstrings. So I like bent over the end of my bed, like was leaning over my bed just to stretch my legs. So the top half of my body was sort of resting on the bed and I was sort of in a standing position still. I fucking fell asleep like that. I nearly fell over. And then I just crawled on top of the bed and fully clothed, didn't even get under the covers, and I was out for it. Absolutely out for it.
In the last 24 hours, I've slept in both beds, on the couch, a little bit in my rocking chair out here in my she shed, and on top the covers, under the covers. Wake up sweating to death with fever, just like I've been feeling like I'm in a perpetual hot flash.
Oh
You
no.
know, like night sweats from like hormones, and
Yeah.
you feel like you're about to internally combust. That's how I feel. Like I feel like I'm about to just combust at any moment. I might catch on fire on the inside.
Bloody hell.
So I don't know if it's the fever or if it's just hormones or what, but
Or both. Could be both. What was I looking up? Oh.
I'll get up and make it from one bed to the next and fall over and doze off for a little while. And then I'll get up, make it to the couch, fall over, sleep for a little bit. It's been a rough one.
That's why I let you sleep this morning. Normally, I'll be like, Ty,
Get up.
Ty.
Wake up.
And so
I don't think there
told
would have been any waking me up anyway. Even if I could have heard that phone, it probably wouldn't have even penetrated my brain by that point.
well,
But
I had seen you
I went
had
to
been.
sleep this morning. That was it. That was the
What-
first time I've like slept solid without, waking up every 5 minutes with the fever burning up. And
Yeah.
I slept. And I slept in my bed for about 3 hours. And then Dusto came in from feeding and everything and said that he was going to go lay down in his bed and ask if I wanted to cuddle. So I went in there and went to sleep. And that was the end of it for me. That was all she wrote. I don't think I've ever slept that hard. It's been a long time, at least.
Well, you needed it.
That's what my
You
body
needed it.
needed, though, I think. 'Cause listen
Yeah.
how much better my voice is this morning.
It is.
This
It's a lot
afternoon.
better.
Well,
Yeah.
the only
A lot
time
of
your
the
body
pain's gone too.
feels when you're sleeping. So
Yeah, I just needed to conk out enough to fucking let my body do its job, I guess.
yeah. The only time your body can heal is when you're asleep. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
that.
But last night before I went to bed, I managed to drag Dusto out to the she shed and get me some stuff moved around. So, Brandy, we've got a space now for our printer and the Cricut, like a whole big countertop area. I've got to wipe it down and stuff and level it up. But, yeah.
Yeah, we're working on a
We need
hillbilly.
to get rugs from the thrift store or something so we
We're
can fix
working
this
on
floor.
a hillbilly she shed.
Yep. Billy, she said.
We want all of our
We want
stuff
our
from the.
apothecary and workshop and like studio space to be out here, but we also want it to be like a cool hangout for all the teenagers we have, all the kids we got. It won't be like up underneath everybody's feet, Some space they can make messes. And as my mommy would put it, she'd say, messing in a gammon.
Yep, messing and a gomming everything up.
Go out there and do your messing in a gammon, so you ain't got to do it in the house. So I'm trying to take her on advice to myself.
Yeah.
My art does make quite a mess.
Well, it's so funny because Ty is what you would call just eclectic chaos, just
Yes.
everything. And
Eclectic chaos.
Dustin is OCD, military.
Military precision. Toothbrush must be facing the right direction in the whole.
Right.
Yeah.
So his OCD and her
I
chaos
would
are like,
clash.
yeah.
We clash.
I'm the mediator most
His
of the time.
definition of clean and my definition of clean are two totally different things. Right?
That explains why my ex-husband and I used to clash, because I'm OCD. And he's definitely completely different too.
Now I am about certain things, but it's mainly like in the kitchen is my thing.
Did you look up?
But now Dusto's obsessed with crumbs and dust in the floor.
Yeah.
And I don't know how you bring 40 chickens into the living room and then want to give yourself 50 panic attacks because of the chicken feathers and the dust. So he tries to fight it.
Is it too cold for the chicken?
Hi, have you thought about that? Do you think you might be allergic?
Yeah,
to
I'm
chicken
definitely
feathers?
allergic to the chicken dander. Yeah. I always
don't-
get irritated. I always get like itchy and stuff. And that's why whenever they start to get in their second layer of feathers, I start staying on the porch and stuff all the time because the living room gets so full of dust, I can't fucking breathe in there. Where I got that interstitial like lung tissue problem,
yeah,
it just irritates it. So that's
So
why I
they
put my made my mattress out, put me a little camping site on my porch with that last batch because by the time the first few weeks that we have them from like hatch to about 2 weeks old, then we're fine. There's not a lot of dust. There's not a lot of dander. They're not really plucking their feathers out much, like when they're grooming, just a little bit here and there, you know. But whenever we hit about 2.5 weeks to 3 weeks to when it's time to go to the big brooder to the barn, that's
yeah,
about when my allergies kick in, and they're like, "Okay, no, bitch, that's enough. Get the animals out of your house."
so do you have them inside because it's too
Yeah.
cold outside?
Or go outside. Yeah, that's why we bring them inside. When they've got heat lamps and like this warming plate thing that acts like a mama hen that we can adjust the height on, so that when they're brand new babies, you only got it set to like a couple inches high, but they can get up under it and it feels like a mama hen to them, like they're under the hen's wings. So
Oh,
we use those, and because they can't regulate their body temperatures until they get all their feathers.
yeah,
yep.
So we keep them in and keep them controlled, and they have to have 24-hour care anyway. Their water gets knocked over. And
yeah. They're a mess.
they are a hot mess, especially when you're raising a bunch of them. If it was just like 1 or 2 chickens, they wouldn't need to be, fed and watered 15 times a day and have their cage clean like that. But
My papa
when we
had
do it
we
in big batches,
Yeah,
yeah,
Papa would do it that way, and oh my gosh, even though the hutch and stuff was outside, well, he used when we was hatching them out, he used the bunny hutch because we done bunnies
yeah.
too, but um, he, would keep them there, and it was a constant,
That's
like you
what we
said,
ended up turning into the brooder at the barn was a bunny hutch. We took
that's
the section of the rabbit hutch inside and put a heat lamp and stuff in it and a different bottom on it.
yep, yeah, you have to, so
That's their body temperature is the main like survival factor whenever they're first born. That not giving them, too many different foods
and
or
you take
anything.
and you
We try to
take care of
start a
them.
grower,
I
but
used
them
to
heat
hate it.
lamps.
I used to hate it because you would take care of them for so long. You would get attached to certain ones, and then it was time to get
Yeah,
rid of them, and it was
that's
like,
why we do
oh,
like the two bins, and we have one that are pet chickens and one that are meat chickens,
yeah,
and that if we have to eat one,
that's
then
the
I'm not
one. Yeah,
emotionally attached to the motherfucker.
right,
That you know what I mean, so I can handle it because I can't do it.
right. I can't either. So
Once I become their friend, it's over. Like they're a person, and I will not be eating them. So that's why we keep a separate brooder and do some that don't get like socialized and stuff as much to come up and interact with you and want to be your
yeah,
friend because it makes it harder to fucking eat them.
it
Absolutely.
does.
I can't do it. So we don't eat a
What?
lot of our chickens anymore. Anyway, we used to. We used to eat like most of the time. That
Yeah,
would be my choice. I would anytime 10 out of 10 recommend going to getting it out of the barn, but at the grocery store. But we
especially
don't do that a
now.
lot either because Dusto gets attached to them too. You can't feed something, take care of something every day and love it and care for it and try to keep it alive just to,
Yeah,
turn around and kill it and eat it. He don't
yeah, that's too
he don't
hard.
function too well with that either. Like we slaughtered our one cow and then ended up giving the other one away because it broke our hearts so bad. We
Yeah,
couldn't do it.
I can't do it.
We let the other one go retire. So
Uh-huh.
we can't do it. We ain't had hogs in 4 years for the same reason. I made best friends
Yeah,
with a pig, and that was all she wrote for me. And yeah, my father-in-law killed her, and I didn't think I'd ever forgive him.
yeah,
Pigs have human eyes, though, man. It's
I
fucking
know.
weird. Hogs have human fucking minds. They connect with you differently.
well,
Yeah.
in anatomy, isn't that what
Yeah, and
you?
anatomically, they're
Yeah,
almost identical to humans.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I thought
You
I
need to remind
remembered.
us of that. So we're genetically pigs. So I want to roll
right.
around in some shit.
That's what I told him. I was like, we can't fucking eat her. What do you mean? Like, look at her blue eyes. They're the same color as my daddy's. Like, no. You know, like, what? No. But I didn't go to that slaughter because I was like, I can't do it. If y'all insist on fucking taking her, I won't be eating her, and I won't be there. And they had to get one of the farm hands to come and help them because I couldn't do it. I couldn't even go and help them pull her body up in the brook after it was over.
Yeah.
So
I get too attached to everything. I
Yeah.
can't help it.
I do too.
I do.
I do too.
Animals, I just can't help it.
I get
Like,
emotionally
yeah.
attached
Well,
to them all.
Well, when you get so fed up with humans that you just
Yeah.
don't want to human anymore, that's
Yeah.
when animals come in, and it's like,
And two,
oh,
the more you're around animals, the more you realize like how keen their communication and social dynamics and societies are. They live in little societies. You know, like who are we to come in and be like, no, fuck you, we're eating you. I'm just gonna be take your kids and chop your heads off and steal your milk. I don't like it. I don't like it. Farming for nutrition is not for me.
Yeah. They give you the
I'll take
unconditional
the
love
rescues.
too, you know.
Anybody got animals they don't want to kill, I'll take those. But we ain't doing the slaughtering no more. Maybe a chicken here and there if I can keep it separate and not fall in love with it. But I got to build me a chicken coop today too because Angel Wings, the little one that kept popping out of the brooders
yeah.
and sitting in my lap and just decided that he was my chicken. He just decided I'm yours. So get used to it. But he went to the big brooder to socialize and learn how to be a chicken for a few
Yeah.
days. But I got to build him a house because he's coming back down here to live with me in the yard.
Yeah.
So I need to make him a little coop inside my she shed here.
Okay.
Or maybe in the azalea bush. That'd be a cute spot for a little chicken coop, wouldn't it? Then he'd be
Yeah.
shitting in my little creek.
I've
Though.
got an
That
empty
won't
chicken
work.
coop you can have.
That won't work. He'll be pooping in my creek. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I have 2 chickens up there right now. They're coming back too whenever Angel does because they know how to be outside chickens. But one's a silky, and the other one we thought was a little bangy hen. And so I brought him home and put him with my little silky, and she ended up being a giant. And she's like the biggest fucking chicken I've ever seen in my life, and she acts like a dog.
Ty, I was going to ask you, have you heard from anybody, like if they're coming to the thing?
I have not heard. I've not talked
No,
to anybody.
not talking to anybody. Okay. I haven't either.
I think I
So
got a message from one of the girls, but it wasn't related. It was Bria, but it wasn't related. It was just a silly TikTok, I think. I'll ask them though this evening.
Can you put a notice on like
When does when is
TikTok?
she supposed to come down and get that flash drive or that what is it Sarah's got to come for?
that flash drive, the US or USB,
Yeah.
that same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's
When
got
is
it
that?
supposed to.
'Cause I'll probably hitchhike back with her when she does. I told Dustin I'm coming down for vacation. Told him the plan. We're going to go thrifting and get stuff for the she shed floor and merch. Jody, did she tell you about our merch idea?
Mm-mm.
Instead of ordering shirts like new ones from the internet and making the merch with it, we thought we would go around to some of these thrift stores and stuff and see what we can find good quality to zhuzh it up and do embroidery and stuff on and make it more handmade.
Oh.
At least for an option, you know.
Yeah. Speaking of merch, like I've still got the boxes packed up, ready to post for you guys and for all the Christmas presents. But I looked online to get prices on how much it was going to cost, and it fuck me.
I bet it's outrageous. I ain't even checked the shipping price yet to see how much it's going to cost to ship your
like $46. So I'm just trying to find the alternate option.
Well, we got a Cricut. You could send us the design and we could print it ourselves.
No, I've got everything packed up. I've made like I've got your t-shirts, your
Oh,
hats.
you've already got it all made and put together. That's a lot of money, though.
And I put it in a bigger box. I put extra padding in it so that it wasn't going to break. And
Hell,
I realized that they actually go on the size of the thing, not the weight, because it weighs
not the way.
fuck all.
Yeah.
But it's a decent size. I mean, it's not a huge box, but yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to repack fucking everything you watch.
Did you try maybe with like, well, I don't know if that works over there, but we got these websites here like stamps.com where you can get a discount on the U.S. Postal Service, but I think that just applies to the U.S. Postal Service. So
Well,
I
at
don't know
some
if you
point,
got anything similar over there,
pardon?
but that's how we get discounted shipping for like business owners and stuff. We use these programs like stamps.com so we don't have to pay the full amount of shipping.
Well, at some point, it's
Otherwise,
going
we wouldn't be able to afford running a business because the shipping costs more than the products do.
yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
At some point,
Yeah, we
the
use
parcel has to
stamps.com.
become part of the UPS. So I don't know if I can claim that half on the. I don't know.
But listen, I can take the same package down here to my local post office and they'll charge me $13 or $14 to ship it. And I bring it back home and weigh it and print my own label and I can ship the same box for $4.
Yeah, no, there was nothing under about the $20 mark. I
It's a
think.
big scam, and I don't think people realize what a scam the Postal Service is.
Oh, I know.
There's such better ways to mail things. Stamps don't really cost that much, y'all.
The hats and the shirts.
They're tricking you. They're lying to you.
I can put them in a flat envelope parcel type thing and they won't get damaged, but it's the mugs that have got to be wrapped and I can't put them in an envelope. They'll break.
Yeah. Well, they say the boxes here anyway, if it's a box, it's cheaper to ship than an envelope.
The box here, it's dearer. Even if
Depending on, I guess it depends on which post office you go to, because I don't know. They can't get nothing right over here.
What was that? It's the $5 UPS box. What's that? Is that like a postal box that you get?
Yeah, you can on stamps.com. See if you can access stamps.com from over there because they have all the same couriers and stuff. You know, like the U.S. Postal Service is just one of the options. There's other, like you can choose UPS or FedEx or like, other shipping options, DSL. And the price varies like, based on, basically the size of the package and the distance it's going.
Yeah.
I think that's what our biggest issue is going to be probably is the distance, the customs and stuff.
That's what led me to go towards an online.
Tell her about our store tie, how they've been like doing us with everything we sold. And it's killing us because
we went in the red on every single order that we've made, that we've gotten on Witchy. We went in the red on. Our first order was for $21 and we received $8 of it. Or $11 of it, and then the next one was $18. We received $8 of that. It was 11 of the first one, I think, and then $8 of the next one, and it was under half of what the whole order amount was. So they charged us for double shipping, fees, plus all this other shit. So we got to find a different option. They're not working out. And I went in, I sent them an email and asked them, I was like, something's not right here. And they were like, well, it's because you don't have your shipping specs set up right. And I went and looked, and I do have them set up right, because it's per box, it's per order.
Yeah.
But somebody that orders a 5-ounce package of herbs is not going to pay the same amount of shipping as somebody that orders, 50 jars of tallow balm. So, but they're still charging like the extra shipping. And I was like, but I have a discounted shipping account. And I thought that you'd offered that as well. And they were like, we do. Then why am I still paying $14 to ship a fucking $3 pack of herbs?
Yeah.
No. I put the specs in correctly. I set it up correctly. I thought that I hadn't at first. And I was like, okay, I need to take a day, go back in and redo it because I've just done something wrong, right? But no, they're really just taking over half our money.
Yeah,
So
they've been hammering us. They've been
hammering us. So I'm about to take that
and we
website all the way down because the last 2 orders that I got, I literally had to take money out of pocket to put in the mail
right, because what's got us
because
is
they did not pay me enough
right.
of the full amount.
We're making, we're making sales. It's just it's not enough
The
to
shipping and the
even
fees are
get
eating us up. We
eating us
can't
up.
even come out even on fucking production cost for
Yeah.
what, you know what I mean? Like we're
Plus
spending
two,
over what we've
plus
put in the ingredients in it just to ship it.
plus
Yeah.
two. Me and Ty are terrible about when we even talked about starting doing this. We both felt bad about charging anything for anything,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
we
we don't
thought,
like to
well,
charge for healing stuff, especially.
and so
But
we've got really good prices. I mean, if we jacked our prices up, I'm sure we could probably,
do okay, yeah.
do all
Everybody
right.
There's
else
no
on that
way.
side is jacked
No
up.
way you could. There's no way anyone would pay the amount of money for a T-shirt if I included the postage on that fucking thing. Like, there's no
No,
way.
Right,
no, there ain't no way.
right.
Yeah.
So it's like you got to
Yeah.
try to figure something else. I wonder if something like with, like, say for example, like if you did T-shirts like that with Canva, where you are in another country, though, I wonder if they would still, ship. You know what I mean, Ty? You know how
Yeah, that's an
they'll
idea.
What was
Like, because you can do Canva print and they'll ship directly from Canva. You know what I mean?
a
that's
Canva?
what
Canva print. And I know that a lot of these drop shipping places, or not drop shipping, but like print on demand, that the actual company will be in some far off country, but they've got like printers, in different countries, so that like if you're an American and you order, then you don't have to pay
Yeah,
extra shipping because of
that's
it's coming
what I
out of
was.
the UK or something. You don't have to pay UK shipping, you get US shipping because they
That's where I'm
print it
at the
from
moment.
a place here. Yeah.
But we're
So
actually doing
have
our
you
own. So
right?
design our own T-shirts and
That's what we want to do too. We want to make our own. We don't want to drop ship.
yeah.
I tried it. I tried doing it with the hoodies, and they were beautiful hoodies, good quality and everything. But it took her probably 3 months to get it, and she didn't. They didn't even send it until I requested a refund 3 separate times from the company. After her whole other order was fulfilled, she still hadn't got that one hoodie, and she
Well,
finally got
even
it, I think. But
the shipping option, if it's the like,
it took months. It took months for them to actually get it to her. And then she had to pay the shipping and everything else on it because it was crazy.
even
I
if
was
I
like, yeah,
sent
this
it
ain't
via
working.
sea, it's not. You have to have like, it's like a minimum size and weight type of thing. I can't even do it that way. So
Yeah.
I'll just have to keep reset. There's nothing more I can do. How are you, Miss Brandy? You knackered yet?
I'm good. I'm just processing everything today. It's been wild. I just,
Yeah.
that's a lot to a
Take
lot
it.
of a lot of people's lives could have been a lot different
Yep.
if these people hadn't have been so greedy and hadn't have
And that's what
been
I read about. You've
pulling
been
this BS.
for everything, and that's just one thing.
Right. Right.
So how did we learn this? How did this come out?
Jody. Oh,
Did
go
a
ahead,
deep
Jody.
I did a deep dive. Something was mentioned to me that there may have been ulterior other options with regards to payment of the ankle monitoring fees. So I deep dived and found there is like 7 potential people that can. No, they're not directly associated with paying the monitor fees, but they are either advocates for reducing it, or they're advocates for like not paying it at all, or the jail itself, it's as its own discretion, can actually pay the fees for you. Yeah, and then there's legal aid. So some of them like are advocating for the abolishment of the fees completely, type of thing, for indigent clients. And there's supposedly a sliding scale when they assess you as an indigent client that establishes what level of discount or reduction in fees basically that you can get. But that was never offered. It was always kept.
And basically, because of overcrowding, Ty, they would have been times because of nonviolent crime and stuff. You probably could have probably got out. You know, that's what I'm saying. So
Now,
many
Kevin
lives
told
could
me
have
I
been
could have.
different.
Kevin was going to give me house arrest, and they never gave it to me. They never let me out on it. But
Yeah.
Kevin approved it.
Well, it's cheaper to have someone on house arrest than like the costs for the jail.
Yeah.
Right, to
But
keep
Kevin approved it. Kevin said, yeah, that I could do house arrest
Yeah.
instead of jail time. And they wouldn't let me. They didn't let me out. They never could come and put a monitor on me and sign me up.
The other thing too is they've chosen a profit, like a private company, to run the ankle monitoring when there is state funded programs where they could use that wouldn't charge that. Yeah.
you know, like I said, there's just so many lives have been so impacted by, you know, simple decisions that other people made, you know. I just
I would really, really like to actually like go through all of the you know, the institutions and the facilities and stuff like rehab and drug court and Letcher County Jail and the Medicaid and the whole lot. I'd like to find out what the actual schedule for funding is for each of those fucking things,
right,
and add them up.
to see what they have coming in per child.
Yep. That's it. Was thinking.
How would I find that? Like, just go to what's the actual?
I don't know.
Board?
I have actually seen that done, Jody, on one of those CPS things on Facebook, and I can't remember. I'll try to find it, but oh my gosh,
What's the funding body called? Is it like
it's Title 4? It's the title, but it's like the way they done it was the way each child has a classification.
Yep.
Okay. And say the older the child, if they have any kind of issues or problems or, you know, anything going on,
Disabilities, medical conditions.
That adds to the total. Yep.
It adds to how much money
Yep. You can
is given. Right.
The literal price tag of that child goes up.
Yep.
Right.
Same
And
as if they're incontinent, they get more money by the government.
I've heard it can be. I mean, I don't want to say something and it not, but it was like something like $30,000 a month per child.
They charge or they will pay different amounts, like for different disabilities and stuff too.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So.
Because you got to think they've got to pay the foster parents out of that. They've got to pay the therapist out of that. They got to pay
and age ranges. Yeah, like certain age children or certain gender children pay more than others.
Yep.
So they're all covered under Schedule 4 or Title 4 funding.
Yeah.
So foster parents, what else is under there?
Oh gosh.
Just said
you've got the judges. You've got the guardian ad litems.
Judges' wages are Title 4.
And lawyers and CPS workers, the Department for Family Services all get paid out of that.
Yeah.
That's literally the fund that they cut all their paychecks from.
Well, they get paid. They get paid state wages.
Right,
They are actually
their
state employees.
their
It's
bonuses
their
and stuff comes
bonuses
from the
and
Title IV. Yeah,
yeah.
Oh, so
that's what
it's
I mean.
not there.
Not their salary, but their extra for their crimes.
So state, what do you call it? State funded bonuses.
Well, they're a state employee, which that's a flat rate. You know, flat. It's a salary. You know.
And they get
eh,
the Title IV funding under what? The bonus scheme or
How
what did
would you look it up, Ty? I mean, basically, you just have to kind of dig through Title IV, Jody, and it'll kind of tell you like what percentage of this
I
and
know
or
that whenever they started running low on funds to pay for kids, they started pulling it from the Social Security and disability funds, and that's why they're cutting everybody's Social Security checks now because they used it to fucking pay for trafficked kids.
so Department of Education as well, rehab facilities, programs, ARC.
well, the education is
Yeah,
Kentucky.
counselors and all those people, like anybody that interacts or deals directly with that child can get bonuses from the Title IV. That's what makes it so lucrative. Like it's not just
Mental health.
the social worker that's getting a kickback. It's not just the judge that's getting a kickback. Anybody involved in diagnosing that child, in putting that child on a medication, in sending that child to therapy or counseling for the abuse that it's getting,
And what about the medication?
they all get paid too.
Medicaid, or is that
Yeah,
Title IV?
Medicaid covers the cost of medical
That's
and
just the medical
therapy.
part though.
Yeah,
That's not the
therapy.
backs off Title IV.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, they're double dipping there. They'd be getting the Title IV funding plus charging the Medicaid for whatever the doctor fees and stuff are.
And is it Medicaid that pays the doctor's fee, like that gap?
Yeah.
What about dentists?
Oh, yeah. Because as a foster parent, usually most of the time when kids would come to my home, they were actually, there was abuse involved, you know, with the kids I had. And they had not been to doctors. They had never been to a dentist. I had some in high school that had never been to a dentist before ever, didn't even know what it was. So, you know, they want you to right away do a medical workup. That's what they call it. You keep a file, you know, paperwork. You do monthly paperwork. You fill out when you take them to a therapist. You know, put down notes. And they never ask for them. I know that sounds bad, but they never ask to see them. But you're supposed to have them in case they ever do. But, you know, they'll do a medical workup on the child. You'll take them for a vision test, dental, physical, you know, basically everything.
And what about
some,
the jail? What in the jail is it under Title IV funding?
is the jail, I don't know. Does the jail have anything to do with Title IV? I don't think it does it? Well, it does. It does when it crosses over into the rehab territory, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
More
Would that
research required.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look at that one.
Interesting, my dear Watson. Interesting. Yeah, I'd just like to know, like from birth to say 18, if they've from, you know, their Title IV funding for schools, for, you know, allied health, for social
Okay, and there's one more aspect of it too. Right now, the state is covered up with foster kids, so there is a lot of these private agencies that step in.
Yeah, and private adoption agencies benefit from it.
Will contract in through the state, because we always went with a private. Well, not always. We was through the state the first few foster kids we had, but after that, the other place, actually, I hate to say it like this, but they paid better. And, you know, they had a lot better workers. You know, like if I called a worker and had a problem, they would have somebody there that day. If I called the state and had a problem, I might get a worker, I might not. I might get a call that says, use your best judgment, you know. So it helped me to have the added assistance of, you know, knowing the worker was going to be there, and they had, you know, less children on their case load, you know, so it was a lot better situation.
Yeah.
So those are involved in all this too. And there's a lot of them in Kentucky, let me just tell you.
Yeah,
So,
I'm with you, fucking Tracy. I tried that with 2 cats, and yeah, that's they never went back.
it was the hardest thing I ever did, but it was the best and worst thing I ever did. But I have children that live all over the place that still, I get a message every now and then, love you, Mom, or how you doing, Mom, or, you know, and just to know that I made a difference for them, you know, that means a lot.
You made a difference for more people than you realize, Brandy.
And you still are.
Still are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm mouthy, guys. I don't know when to shut up.
Did you guys get the little advertisement flyer type of thing for Sabrina, just to share on your Facebooks and your TikToks and your, just to get
I shared it, I think.
any social media you've got, just share it. That'd be awesome if you could, just to let people know what's happening. And did you say there was a Facebook group that, like, was it you, Brandy, like a group of protesters or something that were interested?
There's
You
a
know,
Letcher County corruption group.
I thought it would be a good idea to post it in those groups, is what
Yeah.
I was saying.
Yeah. People who
Not
have
so much like yeah, well, yes.
Yeah,
no.
look at it. It's
Oh, no.
it's
I know what you're talking about. I said the groups down here, Ty, like the one that's for Doug Harless and
okay.
all these other groups that are already in London established. Maybe if we contacted them.
Oh yeah, okay. Now I'm back on track. I remember this conversation.
Just flick that flyer to them. It's got the information on it. And
Yeah. I think I
easy.
shared it, cross-shared it to a couple of those groups. I know I did to the Justice for Doug Harless group.
Yeah, because they're a big one down here.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
might actually share it with Nicole. I think I might have sent her the thing already.
Yep.
But yeah, as much as we can get out on every platform, just to help Sabrina. She's doing it tough. They've accessed her bank accounts and her son's.
Yeah, you missed that part this morning, Ty.
What?
They tried running her off the road and everything already today.
Not today.
Oh my God.
Oh, not today. Okay.
Her bank accounts. She's on a 3rd card this week. Her son's bank account or his credit card, they've racked up. They pretty much maxed it out on Temu and Amazon, alleged purchases and shit. Just hey,
Damn.
they're just trying to financially cripple them.
Yeah.
So
Part of what they do.
Well, they want her to take that offer. They're going to starve her out more.
They've been offering until 9:30 last night. They even tried to have it.
That's what it is. They want to push her to take that offer because they know when if it goes to trial, it's going to fucking blow the lid off of every damn one of them.
Yes, and that, yeah, the closer it gets.
That's why they want her to take that offer so bad. Yeah. So yeah, I'm sure they are putting financial constraints all around her any way they can to make her want to take it.
And that increases her level of danger. So that's pretty much.
She's a liability right now, big time.
Lee was pretty much. He offered to be her chaperone the entire day. to make sure that she gets where she's got to go. Yeah. And it was a 2.5 hour drive back, like one way, to make sure that happened. That's what he's trying to do. So he believes that threat is real.
And I told Jody, I said, I hate that he had to go through it, but now he understands.
Reinforced to him, yes. Yeah.
That this is, it's serious.
It sounds so far, like, unbelievable almost, because it's so bad. Like,
yeah.
It's easy to go, really? Like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm watching it play out in real life.
I told Ty, I said it's so depressing because, I come in, when I do come into the county, I can't see my grandbabies. So I know I'm close. I know I'm right nearby them, but I can't see them, and then you've got all this other crap going on, and you just don't want to see anybody else, So it's like, and it's just so depressing. It's just, and then it's just like, there's no new businesses. I don't know. It's just, it's almost like you come in and it's crippling. You just feel awful.
Yeah.
It's not home anymore. I'll put it that way. It's just not home anymore. Used to, when I was younger and married, and we'd move off and I'd be homesick and we'd have to move back a year or two after moving, because I would beg to go home. And, now it's hard to even think of that place as being home anymore. And that it breaks my heart because,
Yeah.
it's a mess. It's just people destroyed it.
There's definitely a darkness here. A heaviness.
Yeah.
I'm just glad an outsider seen it now.
Yeah.
It's not just us trying to, get across to someone, how we feel, about everything.
Yeah.
I would really, really, really like to try and find Chris Triplett, because I think he's got some important information that he could pass across to Lee.
I'd like to find him too.
Pardon?
Hi, Jody. Hi, Ty.
Hi, who am I talking to?
Benna.
Hi, Benna.
Hey, Savannah.
Hi.
How
What you doing?
All right. Going to work.
Going to work.
Always. That's all you do.
A lighter.
Okay. I would have.
That's it. I never get to see them.
That's all right.
I know it.
They're at work or asleep while I'm up. So
Oh, they do nights?
yeah. Love y'all.
Bye, guys. Love y'all.
Bye. Love you. Be careful.
So what time is it over there now?
5:15.
That up there on top.
So they work every night?
Basically, yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So, and they were our inside scoop with
Winter.
God, what was that baby's name that went
Winter.
missing?
Winter Wagner.
Yeah, when she went missing, they were kind of our inside scoop with that because they work in that
Did you
county.
see
So.
that article you I think you sent me the same article where a young girl was killed yesterday?
No, listen, that ATV accident that you told me about? Well, details come out about it, and the two girls that were they said one was driving and the other was in the front, but the men they were with was a 26-year-old and a 27-year-old.
grown ass men, and they didn't even arrest them at first.
No, the little girl's in trouble.
Dusto said they arrested the men now.
Oh, did they finally?
But yeah,
But get
they
the
finally
link.
did, I
One
reckon.
of them,
But at first, they just arrested the other child and not the fucking grown adults that had him up there driving and drinking
and plus gave them
or whatever they were
alcohol,
doing. Yeah,
and gave them alcohol. But then
arrested that other kid instead.
another thing is one of them, their mother was the principal at the high school, and one of them was helped with the basketball team, I think. So
Mm.
they're around kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But they were the little girl, the 16-year-old, got in trouble. You know,
right.
and they never questioned who got them the alcohol. But
Right.
I
And what
reckon it
about the
happened.
adults that were with them?
Right, it happened there at Bico, I reckon.
Yeah, it
Right.
did. Yeah, just like that's just a couple miles from where I live. I don't know exactly where, but
I reckon they
yeah,
said because of who their families was is why they didn't get arrested. That's what the article I read. So, but because automatically you would pick up the adults in this situation, I would think. I mean,
right.
duh. But no, they let the adults go home kind of quietly out, and the other teenager got in trouble. I just kind
It
of
says that
stumped me.
it says they allowed both teens to come to their man-child's house before getting in the razor with said man-child. They must be so proud of the pedo they raised. Talking about the parents of that man.
Well, like I said, I reckon they were, the principal
Yeah,
at the
that's
high
what this
school.
other one's saying. So she said, here's this comment. So it's okay that the guy who bought the alcohol and gave it to two underage kids and is responsible for the death of my niece to post them. At least she did blur them out. You don't date an underage girl when you're over the age of 20, and you definitely don't when your name is attached to a school title. That comes from the girl's aunt.
Jody, that law that you said applies to that. Remember the law that you said this morning, if it's more than 10 years?
The capital punishment?
On sexual abuse, if they were
Sexless thing. Oh fuck.
This other one says she was 14 when they started dating. I mean, she was in
my
8th
gosh,
grade.
that definitely apply because Jody was talking about the charges that Ben had, and she had the rate, breaks down.
Yeah.
What constitutes it. And one of them was if they were more than 10 years older.
Yes. All right, let me find it. That was in the sexual violence laws that I looked up. Yeah.
Yes. And if they don't charge them with at least that, then there's something wrong.
Did you know that Ben Fields' actual sentence, Tyre, was 7 years?
That's all he got, Ty.
No, it don't surprise me.
7 years, and he did 6 months.
He just did a few months, though.
6 months? Yeah.
Yep.
6 months. All right, where is this?
That's what I need to tell Bert. He's got me mixed up with fucking Ben Fields.
That's what I did. Yeah, he does.
Motherfucker. Tried to say I was only in his jail for 6 months.
And served a lot longer than that.
A lot longer than that.
You take it
Better
all together.
check your records. Don't they have records to show what years I was there? I do.
No, it was the flood, Ty. It was
the flood. I forgot about the floods. Destroyed all those records and erased the time I did in that jail.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So he was charged with rape in the 3rd degree, and the definition of that is a person is guilty of 3rd degree rape with A, being 21 years old or more, he or she engages in sexual intercourse with another person less than 16 years old. B, being at least 10 years older than a person who is 16 or 17 years old at the time. C, being 21 years or old or more, he or she engages in intercourse with another person less than 18.
They're trying to pass a grooming law too that applies to people that work at schools and stuff. grooming
This one is for foster family children.
kids.
The next
Yes.
one was a position of special trust,
Yep.
where they engage in intercourse with minors under 18 years with whom he or she comes into contact as a result of that position. And E, being a jailer, an employee, a contractor, a vendor, a volunteer of the Department of Corrections, a Department of Juvenile Justice, or a detention facility or of an entity under contract with either department or a detention facility for the custody, supervision, evaluation, or treatment of offenders, subjects those persons to that he knows is incarcerated, supervised and evaluated or treated by the
Right
Department.
there is how Patty got out of that, because where she made them get that LLC and be their own contractor. Yeah. Wow.
And that was a 5-year charge, up to a 1 to 5 year sentence for that one.
But so those men tie, if that girl is 16 or the girls were 16, even though the relationship started at 14, but they can actually prove they were with them the other day. So that's more than 10 years.
Yeah.
26 and 27. So
That's like a third degree. That's like one of the lowest.
statutory. But I mean, they can at least hold them with that. I mean, if they would, I don't know if they, you know.
And what did we say the other day? It was a capital offence too. If it was
Right. If it's under 12,
yeah, yep,
12 or under,
felony, yep,
or if the age gap is even bigger.
yes.
But now, there is another one, though, another House bill that they've been trying to push through that strengthens the rules about people who work at schools, teachers, grooming children, and then forming relationships with them later on whenever they do become of age. They've made new laws about that, too. Like, you can't teach somebody for 4 years and then as soon as they turn 18, start fucking them.
Yeah.
That's still child molestation. That's still predatory behavior. You know, like you're still a predator. So they're finally acknowledging that.
No. Oh, good. See you later, Teresa. I've actually got to go to the bathroom, so I'll be back. Un momento. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay. She says she's going to go finish dinner. I've not even started it yet. I texted Dusto and asked him what he wants. And
I still got to do
answer
dinner
back.
too.
So I just ate the rest of his tuna salad that he made me. He made me tuna salad all week, and it's already gone.
Oh gosh.
I ate it on my buffalo chicken pizza yesterday.
Did you?
I know that sounds fucking crazy, but it was delicious.
I don't know. Sometimes I eat.
It was
weird
almost
stuff
it
that
was
makes no
almost
sense.
like sushi pizza. I don't know, it was the strangest thing. It was like buffalo sauce, not red sauce, and chicken and jalapenos, and I just put that good yummy creamy tuna salad on top of it. So good. But I'm all out. Oh Lord.
Sure, I don't even know what to cook. I don't even know if I have.
I don't yeah, hopefully Dustin will just bring something from Hawkins or Joe Pax or something. I could do some Joe Pax chicken.
Oh, that sounds good. I haven't had that in
That
so
sounds pretty
long.
good, don't it? Let me message
Oh
him
my
and tell
goodness.
him that.
I should have got some the other day.
What day is it? They're closed on a weird day of the week.
It's Monday.
Monday. That should be open today. Okay. I think they're closed on like Tuesday or something.
It's an
Oh,
odd
it's
day.
the
It's a
same-
Tuesday or a Thursday or something.
Yeah, it's a weird day to be closed. Okay. I put my order in. Hopefully he'll see it before he comes home.
I used to love going down there and getting dinner and then taking the kids and going out to the racetrack and watching, you know, take them out there and let them run
Yep.
around and be wild.
Right. Burn the energy off.
And take them home. When we left the other day from your house, Caleb was telling Savannah about how, you know, there used to be that drive-in there.
Yes.
And he said he remembered like me and his dad fixing him
Down there on
and
spring break.
We would, yeah, it was right there, that drive-in, and he said he remembered watching Good Burger, that movie, and he said he remembered us making him a bed on the hood of the car and letting them, lay out there and watch
On the hood.
on the
Yeah.
hood to watch their movie, because they would always show like a movie for kids, the first movie, and then the second movie would be like an adult movie, like a PG
My
or a
sister
rated
used
R,
to take us when we were little to do that a lot.
because by the time the adult movie come on, the kid
Kids
movie
be tuckered out and asleep in the back seat when we
in the
go.
back seat of the
Yep, in
car,
the bed of the
and
truck.
yep, that's when you all could still ride in the bed of the truck without
Yeah,
getting
nobody
in
had to have
trouble.
car seats back in. We just rode around in the truck bed.
Yep,
And we'd take our pillows and blankets and
and pile y'all in. It didn't
pile
matter.
us in. 10 kids to a truck, that's fine. It works. Get cozy and watch the movie. Eat your popcorn. No
Well, it
fighting.
was best I remember
No
the
fighting.
way they done it was on certain nights they had like if it was say two adults and you got two kid tickets, like the kids, you didn't have to pay for them. So they always had certain little things, so that I guess you would bring the kids and stuff, but
Yeah.
it was pretty neat. I hated when they closed it because it was
I
like
know. I wish we still had that.
well, we don't even have the movie theater. They closed it and turned it into a church.
Yep.
I mean, I'm glad there's a church, but I mean,
Right. But
there's
that was our only
absolutely,
entertainment in town.
yeah, there's absolutely nothing. You have to drive an
My
hour.
childhood was at that movie theater.
You
Mommy
got
would
to,
drop me off
yep,
like on a Friday evening, and we'd get there early. All the friends would, and we'd just hang out there at the movie theater. Walk over to Walmart,
yep,
doing things we shouldn't be doing.
yep. And, but it was at least
But it was
something.
fun, and they knew that, like, I guess the people that owned the theater and stuff were safe. It was
Yeah,
safe to drop a bunch
it
of
was
kids
all
off
right.
there and leave them. And yeah, like we'd be fine to come back and get us in a few hours. You didn't have to worry about somebody coming and scooping us up or walking out with us. Or
Yeah,
yeah,
it
like
was
they had good
safe.
owners. And I think Angie Fields used to work there as
She
a
may
ticket reviewer.
have, honestly, she really may have. There's
I believe she did before she worked at Food World.
if I'm not mistaken, that was one of my ex-husband's first jobs. Honestly, we were dating when he worked there, so that tells you how long. It's a long time ago. But
Yeah.
they was always really good with just kind of letting the kids be kids, And if you remember, they even had a little arcade inside. Oh, I lost Ty, and Jody's gone. Oh no. Well, I hope Ty comes back, or Jody, or somebody. I don't know what to talk to everybody about because I think I'm talked out. um, I don't know what to. Oh no! Oh no! 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 No!
Oh no, where'd she go? I could hear her talking to herself, and whoop, she's out. I couldn't get back quick enough. Sorry. All right. Well, it's probably well overdue to to sign off anyway. So I'm just going to put this up so that you can all see the court starts tomorrow at 8:30 in London, Kentucky, at the courthouse there. If you are going to go, we just ask if you could wear purple. That's Sabrina's color of choice to show your support and solidarity, basically. So yes, spread the word, and let's what's this? No, Jody, let me out so I can talk about the poster. we can have a whinge about postal services another time. What was I going to say? So, yeah, I've got a link up for tomorrow as a watch party. I'm not actually sure how much time he'll actually have. I think he's going to check in the morning and just report on what's happening before the trial starts, and then I'm tipping he'll do a lunchtime update on his Discord, and hopefully we can we'll get a recap at the end of the day. So whilst I put a watch trial thing up there, I don't know how often they're going to take breaks or whatever, and what the plan for the court proceedings are. So it's going to be one of those play-by-ear things. So I will be, what's 8:30 in the morning? What's that for me here? Let me have a look-see. 8:30 in the morning. Oop. Oh, come on, just open it, for goodness sake. Okay, so Kentucky, that's 12:30 tonight, my time. All right, I'll have to amend the times of those, but yeah, that's where I'll be. That's where I'll be, lassie. Where did you go? All righty, okay. That's it for me then. So if you can't be good at it. Be nice to your mum. And hasta la vista, bitches. Bye-bye.
Whispers in the shadowed halls, the judge's gavel, justice stalls. Hands that should protect, they take, turn lives to ash, left hearts to break.
But in the silence, voices rise.